running to be Prime Minister when you're a 42-year-old is by definition ambitious. But I am ambitious, but for our country and for our party. I chose to become a Conservative MP to serve, and I chose this country because here I could breathe free and I could be everything that I wanted to be. I grew up in Nigeria, and I saw firsthand what happens when politicians are in it for themselves, when they use public money as their private piggy banks, when they promise the earth and pollute not just the air, but the whole political atmosphere with their failure to serve others. I saw what socialism means for millions. It's poverty and broken dreams. I came to Britain determined to make my way in a country where hard work and honest endeavour can take you anywhere.
On this is, with this decision, you've split the country down the middle. The APC has split this country down the middle. What you're saying invariably is that there's nothing wrong with a Christian-Christian ticket, or a South-South ticket, or a North-North ticket. That's what you're saying. And that's why, if you sample the opinions of Nigerians, they are very angry to a large extent. Openly, I was monitoring radio this morning, and I heard people call it, I'm an APC member, but because of this decision, I am leaving APC. Openly calling on air. Yes, you talked about Daniel Bwala. He's resigned, because what you're saying is that there's no Christian Muslim, there's no Christian Northerner capable enough to be able to run this. What you're saying is that there's no Christian in the North that is capable to be able to run. With the candidates. And you see, politicians forget a lot. If there was nothing wrong with a Muslim ticket, why didn't President Muhammadu Buhari pick Bola Tinubu as his running mate in 2015? Why was a Yemi Osinbajo picked? And it's a good point you raised about electoral value. What electoral value does the Northeast even bring to the table? The bulk of the northern votes that wants to be captured are still the Fulani northern votes. And most of those votes come from the Northwest. I keep calling on those three states, Kano, Kaduna, Katsina. The KKK states, I call them. Those three states will give half of the total votes that the Northeast will give. Empirically, and these are facts. And we also forget that there's a massive Christian population. Across all states in the North, at least you have a percentile of over 20 to 30% Christians in all the states. Should we start from Kaduna? There's even a large turnout. There's even an argument of, a majority in Kaduna. I think only states like Kano, that's where you can have 20 to 30%. Adamawa, you have a lot of Christians. So when you look at this, Muslim North, there are a lot of Christians in those states. Look at the rural areas in Kaduna. Look at Kujuru. Look at other places like that. These people are predominantly Christians. So you are telling us that out of that whole lot, you cannot find a Christian to balance out the ticket. Most importantly, I do not believe in when people react to things and get emotional. I think the greatest reaction will be at the polls. If Nigerians want a Muslim ticket, they should decide at the polls. If they don't want, they should show it at the polls. It's incumbent on them. But we're at a point where this nation is at a precipice, and the issues on the front burner that affect this nation is tribe, religion. We want to bring this country together. But let us not forget that the reason why we are calling for devolution of power and restructuring is that we are still collectively not one people in our thinking. We have created Nigeria, but we have not yet created Nigerians. What we have are the Igbos, Hausas, Yorubas. We have not yet.
No, we have over 400 ethnic nationalities.
And over 400 ethnic nationalities, even over and even over 500 ethnic nationalities.
Well, Onego says over 400.
The prominent ones and the other ethnic nationalities, but we have not yet created Nigerians. So it is until we create Nigerians that we can make the argument of, oh, religion doesn't matter, tribe doesn't matter. Have we done that? No. After Lancaster House talks in the 50s, when we reached agreement, what did we say? We wanted to be regions. We wanted to be autonomous regions. At some point, we even made the argument for confederacy. Those were the things that were talked about in Aburi. Because there's still that mistrust across board. And we cannot run away from it. I want a one Nigeria, yes, but there's mistrust. And how do we build it? Inclusion. This ticket has not included people. Let the elections speak.
Put all of us on a scale. Let's know who we are. Let's ask questions who we are. Let's verify who we are. It is important for you. Do not say because Peter Obi is from the East, I will vote for him. Do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Do not vote for anybody because they're from the West. Do not vote for anybody because they're from the North. This is time to vote a human being who have conscience and trust.
By the Christian community within the APC in Northern Nigeria. Of course, I saw the communication yesterday.
Yes.
Efforts to make sure that your interest is factored in. It never came to be. What consideration? Because the presidential ticket holder said competence. Do you align with that?
I think it is insulting. It is insulting to say no competent Christian to be a vice president. How competent is Tinubu to be president? If you say my father, because my father is a Christian in the North, my father is not competent. No bishop is competent. No Christian professors are competent. I think that is annoying. That is insulting. And he should apologize to Christians for saying that. He should come and apologize to Christians for saying that. That it is based on competency. That is insulting. What do you mean by I'm not competent? My father is not competent. My professors are not competent. My bishops are not competent. Then nobody is competent. And I said before, this shouldn't be what Christians should be crying out for. Muslims should supposed to take up this fight and say, we don't accept this because it is against the Muslim faith.
Some of them have actually.
Yes, but of course, look at so many of the illiterates of them who doesn't read Quran. They're all over the place, saying it's a jihad. It's not jihad.
Is that interpretation that gives?
I am seeing all of them. I'm a very, I have hundreds of followers on social media. I have.
So that's the interpretation they are giving it?
Yes, that's the interpretation they are doing now. That is jihad. It's not jihad. This is anti-Islam. I quoted yesterday in the book of Holy Quran, chapter 4, verses 135. He said, "Oh, you believers, stand for justice. Even if it is against yourself, even if it is against your own parents, even if it's against your own relatives, stand for justice. Be witnesses for Allah. It says stand for justice. Now, if you're now trying to justify injustice because it actually supports your narrow sentiment, you are not a good Muslim. You are a potential Boko Haram recruit. That is the fact.
What our party is all about.
So finally, why Kashim Shettima? No, that's
Because he, and that is what our party is all about.
so finally, why Kashim Shettima? No, that's
Because he what our party is all about.
so finally, why Kashim Shettima? No, that's
Because he,
the wickedness being perpetrated by the INEC and some wicked leaders and people in authority to disenfranchise the people of this nation. So these are people's PVC.
Yes, permanent
Original
one, yes.
PVCs.
That was dug from the ground.
Hidden on the ground,
Yes.
buried,
They used
to stop
2019
them,
election. The people,
to
they
stop
find their
them not
destiny.
to vote. So
People are looking
you can
for
see,
it.
you can see it.
Permanent one, yes.
Hidden on the
original
floor,
one.
dug from the ground.
2.something
Look at the
million pieces
wickedness.
here.
Look at it.
It's more than 2 million pieces here.
More than 2 million pieces
Yes.
of PVCs here.
Check out.
You can see what is happening in this country.
After
Wicked
they'll say,
people.
go and do PVC, go and do PVC. How will take
Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say. This is Saturday, July 16, 2022. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's an honor to host you. This is a show we set up for you to have your say on what's going on across Nigeria and Africa. And today we have election in Osun State and so many other things going on. We are going to discuss all of them. Let's see people who are already joining us so that we can begin the conversation. This is about you, not about me. Of course, we have some of our regular people here. I don't go to the show. You don't go. Hello, Paul. Welcome to the show. And Nika, welcome to the show.
Okay, chair later.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Donaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Danwejis.
Okay, and Laro, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Malga.
Femi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Damages.
Malga.
Femi, welcome to the show. Please mute yourself until we invite you to speak. Then you can unmute yourself so that we can.
Thank you,
Please
Dr.
mute
Damages.
yourself on. All right. So let's start. There's other people. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We'll let you in. If your camera is not on, we assume that you don't want to join us, and then we get other people. Obed, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Saraki, welcome to the show. All right, so let's start.
Yeah.
There's an election going on in Osun State as we speak. We try to get people who are there. Eventually, we'll talk to somebody who is on the ground, hopefully. We are monitoring what's going on there. It's not anything different from what we saw in Ekiti, and but we have to start from there. I don't know if there's anybody here who is from Osun or who has spoken to people there who can give us an update on what's going on. Anybody? Or anybody who has seen something interesting on the media, social media, wherever. From what we're seeing, the people are being offered money to vote for a particular party. We are not sure which political party is doing that, but people are being offered money to vote, which is not different from what we saw in Ekiti, which also is an indication what we might see next year during the presidential election. Does anybody have any story, any kind of news story, credible ones, not credible, that was from Osun State? Anybody? Nobody. All right. So let's start the conversation. Things that happened since the last time we were on. So we know that Kwankwaso picked his vice presidential candidate, in the person of Bishop Idahosa. Does anybody here know Bishop Idahosa? Paul, go ahead.
Yeah. I know Bishop Idahosa with his miracles and everything. I hope you want to go online and see where he used to use head like this to touch people and then they fell down.
We're going to get to that. Yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to play that. But what do you know about him other than the miracles?
Of course, that's what we know him for. He's professional. He's professional as a pastor. He's a professional pastor. It's a lucrative business. It's the growing, most lucrative industry. So it's a profession in Nigeria. So that's all I know about him.
God bless you, Mr. Paul, because you actually took that out of my mouth. Basically, Dr. Damages, that's what he's known for. I mean, to be honest with you,
So why is he the choice of Kwankwaso? What do you think he was getting at? What was his goal? Picking him.
you want to go?
Go ahead, Femi.
All right. When I first saw the news, I wouldn't say I was surprised. I think it's just part of the comedy that's been added, that's playing out. Because it's like when we're falling into the realm of comedy now. I think we're just an unserious people and nation. So the first thing that just flashed at the back of my mind was that, okay, here we go again. Here's another addition to the ridiculous levels to which we've sunk. I just feel that Kwankwaso was just trying to play to a certain, because we're divided, whether we like it, we've never been this divided. So he's trying to play to the gallery, to the whole idea of trying to find like some kind of play some kind of balancing act. Because he's a pastor and he's from a certain region of the country. It's the same old ridiculousness that we found ourselves in. That was just my first thought, and I just feel that's what he's trying to do.
Okay.
The doctor, when they talk about structure, everything politician, they say structure. This one don't have structure. Don't have structure. What structure it also have that Kwankwaso picking? There's no structure there. So, but we all know why he picked him. It's just the same game with Tinubu looking for votes. So Christian, Muslim. So technically, it's also looking for the Christian vote, like as Tinubu is looking for the massive Muslim vote in the north. So that's exactly what he's just doing. It's nothing far short from anything called interest or competence. No, they don't think like that. They just think they just want to do is just to win. Like Wike will say, Wike, what will you do? Give me power first. When I get power, I'll tell you what you are going to do. Nothing.
All right.
That is their manifesto.
All right. So let's go to Neka. Neka, welcome to the show.
No, please keep going around because Neka is trying to find some information first.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. We would like that. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I think politicians are always going to be a politician. They are not a leader. It is a business of divide and control. So they look for where they can pull a vote and trying to fool the people over and over. Switch from party to party, go to a certain region to pick people so that they control the people. There is nothing unique in Nigerian politics today, and there's no structure that anybody will tell me as of now that will bring any change. It's people recycling themselves. They leave this party to join the other party. It's not that they change their personality or anything gonna happen. But the only thing that is happening in Nigeria is at least there is a pushback on the two parties that are known by the people, which is PDP and APC, with the growing momentum from a Labour Party. But as far as the principle and the structure in Nigeria that anything is changing, I don't see it.
Okay. Let's welcome Israel Speaks. Israel Speak, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, you're
Thank
okay.
you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me.
Can you tell us where you're joining us from?
I'm joining from Nigeria.
From Nigeria.
Ogun State.
Ogun State. So you are very
Yes.
close to Osun State. And not that close, but you are closer than most people here. So what's going on there?
We're just observing Osun State election and trying to see what's going to play out there between the three major parties. As it is, it's obvious the battle is between APC and PDP. What is ongoing?
So
based on some of the results that are coming.
What are you hearing? What is the result? What are you hearing going on there?
So far, the election seemed peaceful and everything is going on well. And for two or three polling units that has been declared so far, the PDP is leading. That's the Adeleke, Senator Adeleke is leading in one or two, three polling units specifically that has been declared.
Okay. So now, are you concerned about how the campaign was handled in Osun State? Did you follow the campaign where you have, for instance, Ganduje, the governor of Kano State, told people to vote for APC's candidate for governor because he's a Muslim? Did you hear that?
Sorry, come again.
Did you hear Ganduje's advice to people to vote for the current governor because he's a Muslim? Was that a concern to you?
In fact, it's a very big concern to the Osun State, not just Osun State, but Nigeria as a whole. Because if you are advocating for a Muslim voting Muslim, Christian voting Muslim, then you are dividing the people on religion line, which is wrong. And over time, if it works in Kaduna State, where we have the governor as a Muslim and the vice a Muslim, and the people, you can't tell me that it was only the Muslim votes that brought the governor into power. It's a joint thing between different religious because I spent over 16 years in the north, and I know how religious play out. When Yakowa, when McCarthy was governor, he had Yakowa as his vice. Kaduna was peaceful. And when Sambo, when Yakowa came on board, having Sambo, it was still peaceful to to some extent. But now you're having a Muslim, so nobody's to defend the interest of the other religion. Now in Osun State, if Ganduje is advocating for people to support, to vote a Muslim candidate because other southwestern states are being governed by a Christian, it is wrong. We are looking for credible candidates, not to be divided along religious lines. It is very, very wrong. And I'm not, in fact, it's called for concern.
All right. Israel, stand with us and we'll come back to you. We like to know what people down there at home are listening to and what is going on from there. But let's go to other people who are joining us. Laro, welcome back. I know you are in Germany and you are following the OB campaign and Labour Party. What is your take on Tinubu's comments that people will labor to death? What is your take on that?
Wow. It shows you the mindset of the people, the so-called people we have chosen to lead. And that's what they think, that if they give the masses the little, just a pinch of what they've stolen, that's enough. For you to say that people will labor to death. So that means you think you've stolen enough, you're well-to-do. You give us peanuts, we'll vote for you and you'll be there again. So it's like what Peter Obi says. He's not going to give you anything. He has no money to give you. If you are satisfied with the way your life is going, with the way the country is going, don't vote for him. If you want change, vote for him. The time is now, and the time is changed. They say they want the manifesto. The manifesto is the social development goals. That's your manifesto that the whole world recognizes, and that's the only way forward. If you like, listen to them. Take that, like you seen in the video you showed, them giving people money to buy votes. Those are gone. Take the money if they're going to give it to you. Vote your conscience. Vote what is good for your kids. That's what I say. And I'd like to address Kwankwaso VP pick real quick before I turn it over. This is also a mindset of them thinking they have the Nigerian mindset in hand. Our politicians that we put there. When they think, because pastors in Nigeria, we are more religious than even the people in the Vatican. Pastors control household. We all know this. If a pastor dictates to your house, you as a man, you no longer have a structure in the house. Is what the pastor says. So the mindset of picking a pastor that's going to dictate to the people for who to vote for, whether they're suffering or not, whether for the last 40 years they've done bad for us, this is the mindset of what he chose. And that is it's no longer business as usual, my people. They will wake up, just wait. Officially, campaign is starting in September. You want to see a manifesto? Look in your bank account. Look at people around you, whether they are suffering or not. That is your manifesto. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to pause. I have a special guest that joined us. I don't know. It's not something I'm used to doing. He is the traditional ruler of my hometown, Igwe of my town, His Royal Highness Igwe Nick Obi. Let me just welcome him to the show. Welcome to the show, sir. Can we unmute him? Okay. Can you unmute yourself? Your line is muted. Igwe, your line is muted. All right. Okay.
All right. Sorry.
So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to make a comment or you want to say something.
No, carry on. Let me
okay. Thank you.
Let me listen to the younger ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Now I have to behave well. Okay. So let's let me see. Russia in the house is Russia in what's the name? Welcome to the show.
It seems. Okay. Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So please tell us your real name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you're not speaking, can you mute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Russia is the answer.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Dr. Brain, do you remember me?
Yeah.
Do you remember when the Russian-Ukraine invasion started? Do you remember how many months now? We spoke last. So you have not remembered this name. Russia is the Biafran solution. I think you can just bring that name.
Okay, sorry. We're getting feed from some. If you're not speaking, can you unmute yourself? I'm trying to unmute everyone. If you're not speaking, can you sorry. Okay, Obed, I think that was you. I just muted you. All right. Go ahead. Russia is the answer. What comment do you have, please? Can you hear me? All right, he's gone. All right, so please, if you are not speaking, sometimes I'm able to mute people, sometimes I'm not able to. The system here acts that way. So, okay, so let's treat one topic first, and then we go to the next. The first thing is I'm expecting somebody to join us from Osun State to give us updates on what's going on there. But before then, let's talk about. I'm waiting for also Kwankwaso people to join us. I want to hear from them on the choice of Idahosa. The choice of Idahosa vice presidential candidate. While we're waiting for that, let's talk about the Tinubu's pick of Kasim, which Shetima, which is still something that a lot of people are yet to be comfortable with. And then, of course, we talk about the Kwankwaso's idea of picking Idahosa in the sense that we were thinking, this was somebody who was thinking about picking P2B. He said it several times, and then he ended up with Idahosa, which doesn't make sense to a lot of political observers. So let me come to you. We've not heard from you, Obed. Obed, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
Thank you, the house member.
Where are you joining us from?
Believe I can be heard.
Yeah, we can hear you. But remind me where you're joining us from.
I'm joining from UAE.
Okay.
Dubai, to be precise.
Good. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I believe what is trying to play out is a case of trying to balance the equation. Whatever you can do in order to get the Asorok seat, do it. If Buhari, as a Muslim, picked Pastor Osibanjo as a professor, and it worked out for him, even though that people started castigating the governance because the change they really brought to us was really bad. Okay, so people are criticizing Tinubu for picking a fellow Muslim as a running mate. So this other man tried to bring Peter Obi close to be his running mate, but when that couldn't happen, he know that Peter Obi was already drawing this force very close to him. And again, at the end of the day, with what is happening, with what we can be able to see, if people will really do what they are doing on social media, that Peter Obi at the end of the day might likely emerge as the next president of Nigeria. So this man at least went further to pick up somebody in the Christendom. So if this other person is talking from the Muslim part, I can talk from the Christendom. Just like somebody already said, majority of these clerics conduct and control whatever that happens to any family. Once a pastor, once a reverend father, once a reverend canon says anything in your home, that thing stands. Because they are spiritual directors. They are assumed to be the one very close to God. So once they say that the congregants should vote this person, of course, they are going to be part of the game in order to make sure that everything is good about the Nigerian state. People are likely going to fall to their trick. I believe that is the ideology behind picking the pastor as a running mate. That's what I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me play a video. I want you all to listen to the video. That's the Labour candidate for governor of Osun State. He was interviewed on Arise TV. Okay, and let's listen to him a little bit.
Listen, Yusuf, we have very limited time, but I would like to ask you, when Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to Osogbo to campaign for the candidate of his own party, the APC, he talked about mushroom parties, including your own party, and he said that the Labour Party will labor till death. Yesterday we had Mr. Peter Obi, the standard bearer of your party in Osogbo, to support your own mega rally. And he said, well, Labour will not labor in vain. We get all of that. But there was big, intervention on social media yesterday saying that you couldn't pull the crowds. And that, the crowd was so scanty and that it looks like Labour Party really has no strong following in Osun State. Will you dismiss that as propaganda, or you will say that, the rally was well attended, and what was the size of that attendance? I'm sure you are aware of all of this going back and forth as to the strength of your party in Osun State, in your state.
All right. Before we hear his answer, I don't want him to say something first. I want to get from people here, and I know there are people who support P2B who are here. Were you satisfied with the number of people that came out in Osun State when he went there to campaign? I was trying to find the video of P2B campaigning for the candidate for governor. I can't see. Alaro, are you there? Can you respond to that, or anybody else who supports P2B?
I'll respond.
Okay.
Go
There's ahead.
No fear. Look, like I said, campaign begins in September. We are getting everything ready. Look, you start in a business and you realize that what you're producing, now all of a sudden, everybody, every corner wants it. So you're under production. The situation we are in now, the demand for this movement is massive. We cannot even, so we are starting to really build before that September. In Osun, we are there, and we are building our quote unquote structures that they are always mentioning. So just wait. There's nothing that develops all of a sudden. People in Nigeria want miracles without doing the work that comes overnight. This is a movement anywhere you go, any young person anywhere. In Osun State, all the young people are suffering like any Igbo man, any Yoruba man, any Hausa man, regardless of the religion. And with due time, they will see with the votes based on the work we are doing what is coming. That's my own comment on that.
Okay. Anybody else? Onneka, go ahead.
I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to start with Kwankwaso, and some people have already mentioned it here. Anyway, I think we have gotten to a point to realize that most of these pastors, like so many people have said it, they're just destroyers. I've always said we have to look beyond the outward appearances that we've been seeing. So nobody should kind of have any doubts what is actually going to turn out in Nigeria come 2023. And so I'm not worried about Kwankwaso picking up a pastor who is also going to do the same thing that he's doing. We need to change our mindset to be able to see clearly what is playing out here. And as Aisha put it, we cannot be deceived with religion or with ethnic groups. We need to be focused because all these things are distractions. Then to add to what Alaro just said, do not look at the number of people that came out for the speech that Obi was given. It's okay because sometimes maybe other people are just on the side listening. So the crowd should not be the thing that will distract us. We are still coming. And so we need to really be focused. We have to look at what happened in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, how many people do we have there? But you know what? A lot of people are fed up. A lot of people are disgusted with what is happening in Nigeria. So many of us here in diaspora, so many of us, or millions of us, are really willing to go back home. If not to go back home, but at least to visit, and we cannot do that. So we are also frustrated here. So Nigeria has come to the point that is now a boiling point, but it's coming out gradually. So we shouldn't be carried away how many people came to his rally or how many people did not come to his rally, because it's coming. We need to really be focused and our mindset and not get carried away with things. So that's what I need to add at this point.
All right. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I was going to add to what Alaro and Ineke have said. And this reminds me of this. I don't remember who actually said this quote about how from time to time, at every juncture in the history of the world and history of countries, we always get to situations where this quote becomes quite germane. That and it goes thus, that the people fall in love with their oppressors. Somehow, I don't know. I don't remember who the president of Russia was then. That it gave an analogy of something he did to a chicken, where he cut off the feathers and then placed the chicken on the floor and started like throwing grains of maize, and the chicken kept following him. That's exactly what these call them elites, and even pastors, politicians. And don't forget as well, something I like to emphasize a lot, and it's one of the things that frustrates me about even we as a people. I think we're so much hypocritical as Nigerians, to the point where we think what we're practicing is actually Christianity or Islam, when even the people that actually brought the religion, because religion and politics are two amazing combination when put together and mixed together and used to swindle people that don't seem to understand what exactly is going on and refuse to do away with sentiments. So my thing is, hopefully, somehow, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be by act of God, or because we all in everything we like to talk God as if God is going to come down and actually add to what he has already endowed us with. Where I see, and I'm always hoping that we can find that kind of Egyptian revolution and the Sri Lankan example as something that we want to, like a template for which we want to go with and try in Nigeria. But the problem is we are so divided that I forget who was mentioned staying in Kaduna. I lived in Kaduna for 11 and a half years. It's easy to sit down in Lagos, or especially for people that don't know how certain parts of the country operate. The way the North is structured, the way it's like they've put them in such in such a hold, to the point where whatever, like the Hemayas, whatever they say is law. Sometimes they can't, for the most part, they can't think for themselves. I hate to say this, but the way we think, even if you feel you're liberated to the point where you have some kind of free mind in at least most of the South, for example, and I'm not trying to despise a lot. There's a lot of very intelligent people in the North, but I'm just saying that for that to even have, for you to have that critical mass, is going to be difficult at where we find ourselves right now. But I mean, I'm still hopeful, but I don't know how it's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Alake, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
So, what are you hearing? What are you hearing going on in Nigeria politically?
Yeah, this is my. Although I listen to your show every time, most of the people on the line, Daddy joining us, I'm really appreciating it. So, but today I just decided to join because I love what you people discuss most of the time. I'm joining from the Maryland, the US. First and foremost, concerning what you said concerning Tinubu calling some people they will labor to death and all that. It has to be like that. And I need to tell you the reason. The reason is that has been his pattern. If you remember in Ondo State, sometimes I can't remember the year vividly because I didn't put some paper down. He went to Ondo State Akure to campaign and he called the former then governor. Iroko lives in the bush. He liked to woo people. He has nothing to offer them to tell them this is what he's going to do. All we used to hear is, hello, are you still hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Now, all he used to say is, he has done this in Lagos. He has done this in Lagos. I was in Lagos when Tinubu was a governor. It's all lies. He only used the 8 years to manipulate Lagos and put Lagos in his purse. But don't let me go to that now. Now, when he said Iroko should live in the bush, everybody was like, what is the meaning of that? That's the name of a person contesting for governorship. And he was abusing the man. You know what? At the end of the day, that was what gave the man the victory of that state. For calling him a name, the people are in Akure and Ondo town. You know, the man is from Ondo town. So Akure people, and because I'm from Akure people and Ondo people, they team up together to make sure that no. They even warned him at that time not to come because my brother used to be a member of ACN in those days, which is still part of their APC now. Anytime he's in Abuja, I know if he's hearing this, he won't be happy at all because when you speak the truth, and one of the key weapons of APC, let me tell us now, because we need to know this. Their key weapons, one of the things why they do most of all these things that it sounds stupid in our ear or it looks somehow, what are they doing? What is he saying? It's just because it's a system. Before today, they've entered most of the people. They have a number of people that they depend on. There's a system of sharing money. I don't just because we're on here. If I start breaking it down, you will be surprised. There's a system of sharing money. Even this one that they said they go to polling center, they do all that. Those ones are just, for people that are not part of the cabal. But when it comes to the cabal, a night like yesterday night, they know how they go from house to house, sharing money, and they have confidence in that. All they need to do is to bring crowd to the rally, come from all the states of the federation, even from the northern side to any rally. They don't care. They can waste the money to pull the crowd and say rubbish so that it will become a discussion like what we are discussing today. That's the gimmick, so that you will not pay attention. It's like, you won't pay attention to the reality. People will be discussing, why did he say this? Why you are discussing all that? The evil is being perpetrated on the ground. That's the way they do it. They must put something in here for people to hold on to and start debating why they are doing their evil work on hand. Then concerning the labor, I really give a kudos. I won't lie to you. I'm in Maryland. And there's nobody that is outside Nigeria. When I listen to Chamberlain and all of them, when they discuss about Nigeria, at times we cry. I won't lie to you. Yeah. My wife is in the living room with my mother there. We cry. My mother is 78. At times she like, is it possible in our own time for this nation to go its path? You know why? Because one of the key problems of Nigeria is that when you see someone speaking the truth, crying loud, speaking the truth, they don't like it because they know a way of framing your truth. Labour Party has really tried. Even the youth in Nigeria, they have tried. But where the problem is how would they have the ability fund? Now look at what's happening in Osun State now. It's going to be between the two gladiators. Why? Because the money
is moving. Last night, money are moving heavily. Now, how are they going to see the money to move in the north? Because these people know how to spread it, like what the governor of Kano State said in Osun State before the election. If he says that in Kano, they will scream, they will jubilate. Yeah, that's the way they used to woo the people, and they spread the money. So only the movement that Peter Obi is doing now, I know, God helping them, he may not get 100% result, but that movement must continue. But one thing I know that is sure, I would say to you today, is that when Nigeria get to this place, Nigerians are still seeing people in diaspora sending dollars, pound sterling, euros and all that. That's why the country is still surviving. But when they get to this place, like Peter Obi said, when they start paying the debt, when the money of Tinubu run out, the money of Lagos State that is spending anyhow runs out, then we will know. We will sing the music. God will help us. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much. This is Have Your Say, and we always encourage people to say their mind, and we appreciate that people bringing out their time to join us. Yes, Alaro, what do you want to say?
Okay, thank you again. And like my brother just said, people talk about the problems, and like Oga said, our brother, His Excellency Peter Obi, is a solution. What is the solution? Where is the way forward? We have a lot of problems, but let's stay positive and let's look at the solutions of how do we move forward. Let's forget all these people. They say there's no crowd, and he implemented a lot of things which I've been in politics, like I showed you my ID card from PDP since 2005. Physically suffering, spending my money, spending my time, trying to make a difference under PDP, which was a waste of almost 2 decades anyway. And that is why he also left to Labour Party. So there's a reason for what people do in life. And now, when you say crowd, when he's talking about donation, what we see on videos of people getting money, cash money, is nothing. This is organized crime that happens in Nigeria. I'm being honest with you. The people that are really getting that money, you don't even hear it, you don't even see it. And that money is delegated downwards all the way to the area boys. The people you see when they are campaigning, when you see tens of thousands, are just area boys that have been suffering from 356 days in a year. They've suffered for 355. And that one day they got their share and they showed up. Peter Obi is not going to give you 1 cent. If you know anybody that's supporting him, don't just support with your voice or your. If it's 100 naira, I tell people all the time, and I always say this, for the next 8 months, and we talked about religion today with the pastor that Kwankwaso chose, that's now dictating to us how we are going to run our life. Stop giving tithes to the churches for the next 8 months. Donate it to make a life for us, all of us, better. If a pastor tells you donate tithes instead of contributing to your future, then stop going to that church. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Paul, yeah, have your say.
Yeah, let me just continue from where Femi and Alaro stopped. You see, this pastor thing, I think, Doctor, it's time for us to start investing in our traditional rulers. We not really start with money, to also educate them the power that they have, let them use it. It's a shameful thing if we want to base it on percentage. I don't think it's up to 10%. All our traditional rulers, they are either faith-based, they are either Christians or Muslim, borrowed religion. And where they borrowed it, those people are fast move away from the type of religion they sell to them. Let me use another way. They sell iPhone 1 to them. The people in the West or the people in the North, the so-called Middle East, they are using iPhone 13. That type of Muslim is well refined, or that type of Christians is well refined. Our people are still playing this. It's time for us to educate our traditional rulers, educate them very well, invest in them, let them take back what they have. Because these pastors and imam, they are scamming the people. I said it the other time. They killed my mother. They killed my mother. My younger brother died not so long ago. You understand that when I talk about this Christian thing, people say a type of thing. But my brother died mysteriously. He had a car accident. He died. If it were to be me, they'll say because I don't pay tithe and offering. But my younger brother is a pastor. He has his own church. Had a car accident and he died. But they say God that give, just take. If we were to be me, the sin that men do, live with them. They don't live with the children. So these are the problem. This role model that we have right now, they are our biggest problem. I tell my siblings, when my kids start going to college, I don't have any free money to give you guys because I'll be paying 2 rents. And it's almost there. My daughter is about to go to college and it's taking 2 on me. So it's time for us to stop. When the diaspora funds stop, because Nigeria beg with pride, they humiliate you with beg, they cost you. Now only $50 in the cent for me, now only $100 in the cent. There'll be a time where the rent bills are going up in the West like crazy. UK is almost in recession. America is almost in recession. I heard Germany bread increased by 100%. So it's taking toll on us. And if we don't take care of ourselves, it is hard for us to take care of them. Then they will know what things the real truth. These politicians are very, very wicked. They don't think about us. The crowd that they are talking about for Obi will not buy any crowd from Lagos, Osun, and Ogun State, neighboring state, and bring those people together. You see a pepper seller in Lagos, in Ibadan. You understand? Today, the woman will wear APC. Tomorrow, the woman will come to market. The woman will wear PDP. Next tomorrow, the woman will come to market, will wear NNPP. That is not a party person. So anytime the woman stays from morning till night, she has not even sold 1,000 naira. And they give the woman 2,000, say, come rally. The woman will close that market immediately and go to rally. I still have a free close. On top of it, you have money to go back home. You understand? So that's crowd is scam. Let's leave all those things. We can only get there, but it's only just one step at a time. But let us take back our traditional institution. We can start by educating them. Thank God we have one of our father here. You understand? We also want to challenge them too. Let them get out of their comfort zone. Everything in tradition must not be secret. Those parts that don't need to be secret, let it not be secret, so that people will feel free. You see a white man, I come from an oil community. You see a white, small 21, 30 years old boy will come to places, enter inside bush and everything. Meanwhile, my great-grandfather, my father, my grandfather, they never enter those places. They say it's evil forest, but a white boy will enter there and come. Our traditional rulers, daddy, they could have stopped this thing, and I know let us enter there. So it's time for us to stop these things and let us take back. When we take back this thing, our traditional, when we celebrate them and they welcome us and everything, I think we'll take back our country. We'll take back our country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Femi, I know you want to say something, but
God bless everyone for all of those contributions so far. There's something that Paul just said that prompted something in me. I remember the other time I made mention of that quote that had to do with the fact that the people are falling in love with the oppressors. You see, I have 3 quick experiences I want to share you with the little political noise that I've had. I remember the first time, I think it was when we're going back to this, is it the Third Republic now? I'd gone to a meeting with what I thought was supposed to be like a party that was new there. I can't remember because we had so many parties that I don't even know where some of them are today. And just within that little caucus of hours in Festac at that time, even the things that went on then, I mean, just within that little, what's it called? I mean, I could only imagine what happens at the local government, not even talk of the greater level. And this was even as far back as like 1999. Then my second experience, to buy into what Alaro said, and this one really, I think it still traumatizes me till today. And I didn't even know that was only the beginning of what was to come. I'd gone on what was supposed to be like a meeting of the then AD, reluctantly, with one of my father's brothers. And it turned out that what I found out there, what was supposed to be a meeting, turned into sharing of bags of rice and money and all that. And then my third experience, which was around 2007, that was just before I actually left Nigeria. Uh, um, it was with an elder friend who, for some reason, and till tomorrow, I can't understand why they always have their meetings at nocturnal hours. And every time this guy comes back, he comes back with wads of money. Like, and then when I question, I notice that every time I question these guys about what exactly is going on, like what's their agenda, what's their leaning, what's their political belief, what's their ideology, there's practically nothing. Like I've not seen anybody that comes up with something practical. And I mean, not just I'll build roads, because even that's annoying. Whenever I hear they've built roads, I'll just, like I tell my my wife from time to time, I'm like, look at Dubai that you like going to all the time. Dubai became, UAE became something in 1975, 15 years after Nigeria. And it took them to find oil, and we have more than oil, by the way. It took them to find oil, more than the oil. That's a Muslim country. Can you be more Muslim than Dubai or Saudi Arabia, or more Christian than the Vatican, the Pope, or even well, the Israelis are not technically Christians right now, but you know what I'm saying. But the bottom line, so I always try to compare ourselves with the fact that I don't think our Mumu has done yet, because if our Mumu has done yet, we'll realize that religion and politics are our major problem in Nigeria, beyond anything else.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from people. There are people we've not heard from. I'll come back to you. Let's hear from someone like Ikolala. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here again on another informative show, and thanks once again, Dr. Rudolph. Well, it's been an interesting week. I have been following, especially on the the choice of Tinubu
running mate.
as running mate.
Yeah.
But this is what these are two observations I have. If I could just digress totally, I think our media doesn't help the polity. We follow things as they want us to follow it, rather than holding these people responsible. The media is complicit in the rot. Now, what do I mean? A man is out, he has no certificate. The media has actually, for some reason, forgotten that. What they're now talking about is a Muslim ticket. In Britain, we have a man who has just resigned. It's not because they are saints. It's not because they are the most honest people. It's because they are held accountable. He held a party that he shouldn't hold when some people were locked down. The media never let him off it. Even when he thinks he was coming out of it, they keep hammering on it. Even the populace were tired of reading the same news, but the media would not let him be. But we always play to what the politicians want us to play to. Then we forget the crux of the matter. If we keep hammering at this man's certificate, oh, how did this man make his money? Oh, where does this man come from? What is this man's age? Muslim ticket is one of the smallest issues we should actually be talking about. And second, I please another observation. This is the second observation. You said something during the last Saturday dialogue, Dr. Damages, that we are here and we can't do much about the politics in our place, so we can just come here and talk. I don't think so. We can do something. Like me, I join the little groups. There are little WhatsApp groups that have been formed by just ordinary Nigerians that want to see things happen. And the funny side of it is they do these things in their own capacity. But if we can join and contribute our little quarter, look at you, Dr. Damages. You've brought in people who are influential, like Mazi Ezioke. You brought in the other day. I listened to him. And it was when I now watched OP's travel to number 10 that I realized, oh, this guy, I mean, is somewhat influential. You brought in Charlie Boy because you would then see these people's problem at the grassroots. I'll tell you exactly where they are. They're in their little group in Ikorodu in Lagos, and you go into that WhatsApp, they make their plans, but you can see their obstacles, you can see their deficiencies. But if people like, you all have so influential in your little spaces. You don't know, I don't know the people you know. But if you join these little groups, okay, then you can, because what Nigeria needs is to channel this energy. It's not that these youth started suffering today. They've been suffering these things for 16 years. But it is just that they saw someone who was able to channel that energy.
All right. Let's stop there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Let me just correct one impression. When I said that I was talking in jest, it wasn't that we are not contributing anything or that we're not influential. Of course, what we are doing here, the time you are bringing everybody here to talk about this, we are reaching a lot of people, and we are hopefully educating people, and we are learning too in the process. So that's a contribution.
That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah. All right. Alake, you want to show us a video?
Yeah,
Yes,
I saw a video that there is heavy rain in Ife, and look at the way people crowded together in an election where election is going on in Nigeria. So before you know what happened now, they will start, because of that rain, they will capitalize on it in Ife today. Because according to the news, say it was an heavy rain. And Ife is one of the local government that has a high number of votes. So INEC, the government official, they know what they can do to adjust most of all these things, such that it will not be the same game the way it used to be. One thing I know I will keep on saying is that whatever the government of today is doing, whatever the APC in their caucus, in their whatever covens are doing today, you know why they are escaping and they're enjoying it? Bad leadership. It is we, the people, that allows them. And it is because 60, if you look at the news, because most of the time I pay attention to Nigerian news, what is helping Nigeria today is that almost a home in Nigeria has a family abroad to send money. So because dollars are still flowing, pounds are still flowing, and some of them don't know what the people in outside Nigeria are going through. They don't know. You understand what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is why people are not at the brink. When the people, and you see, if you look at the index that was given of recent, that very soon, maybe in the next 2030, India will be overtaking China. Nigeria population will be in the 5th fastest growing in population. So we are saving the evil day ahead. The people are not tired. When the people are tired, even if you give them 20,000 or 50,000 to go and vote for one single vote, they will not do it. They will not do it, because a time comes in that country that people can no longer buy a bag of rice. You know how much a bag of rice is? Myself sitting down here, I know what goes on to Nigeria. I know I know what I'm talking about. So it is the people that decide the government. But in Nigeria, it is the other way around. You understand what I'm talking about? You can't say anything against them, they go after you. It is because the people are not fed up. When they fed up, the same thing that happens to PDP, it will catch up with this APC. It's just a matter of time. Let's wait and see. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to point out that we now have more money going into Nigeria from remittances from people abroad than what we are getting from selling oil. So that's a good point. Okay, let's hear from somebody we've not heard from. Benny Goose. I'm pronouncing it right? Welcome to the show. I think you were here long ago. I don't remember where you're joining us from. Can you please tell us? You have to unmute yourself, please. Benny, unmute yourself. I can't do it from here. Okay, right. Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, sorry for taking your time. Sir, actually, I'm joining from Geneva in Switzerland.
Okay,
and I'm very glad actually to join the brains we have from Nigeria in discussing the development going on in Nigeria at the moment, especially for the election that is happening now in Osun State, and also the presidential election that will be coming up next year. I'm really glad. I'm a young person, a young professional actually at the moment, working at the UNECE here in Geneva. And I'm so much concerned in what is happening in Nigeria. And I'm also trying to see if I could be able to contribute in one way or the other, to see that young people in Nigeria are liberated from, poverty, on education, and so many other situations we are confronting with in Nigeria. I've listened to most of our brothers here who raise very important issues, that cause problems in Nigeria. And just one of us also raised an issue talking about it's not enough talking about the problems, but also very important, in raising about solutions, how to solve these problems. Whether someone becomes the president to solve the problem, also what we people, have to do in order to help to solve the current situation in Nigeria. For instance, the issue of religion, politics, and also the one from people. People have tried a lot, like what happened in the ESAS protests in 2020. People tried, but that's not enough. We see what is going on in Sri Lanka at the moment. People were able to manage to get their way. People need to move much forward, push much further. During the ESAS protests, hadn't been it went much further. Probably there must be, would have seen a lot of change today. People actually get carried away, distracted because of palliative. We all observe what happened during that period. And today, the same situation now, with the election coming up, people are very hungry. There's a lot of poverty going on in Nigeria. So people don't believe in the system anymore, only think about themselves. And that is why many people sell their vote. Even the situation of trying to stop vote buying and so on, it's gonna take a lot of time because people don't believe in the system. So most of them end up, this is what they get. Even if you try to use EFCC, DSS to try to solve them, there are many other mechanisms in which the political parties, reach people to, get their vote. Even if you say, people should take the money and not to vote, it's not that easy because there are, mechanism or instrument placed in which if you take the money, you must vote because you have to demonstrate that you voted for them. So it's not that easy to, say, okay, let's take the money and then vote for whoever. It's not that easy even to say that. But other than that, looking into the current situation, we always very important, discussion concerning Muslim ticket, which of course there are a lot of, various concerns in Nigeria today. If we're, in other countries, probably Muslim ticket wouldn't be a problem or discussion, or Christian ticket wouldn't be a discussion. But because of the current situation we have in Nigeria, even for example, having the eastern part of the Nigeria, the southeast have not, had their own turn of the presidency. And some people say, we should concentrate on competency. Yes, of course, competence is very fundamental. But there are other important situations that we need to address, which is unity. Because without unity, you can't even talk about development and so many other stuff, that helps to transform, a country. So I think these are the important things that we should all concern before talking about Muslim tickets and so on. Of course, that shouldn't be an issue, but in Nigeria as it is today, it's highly divided. There is no unity in Nigeria, so we can, present the discussion that has to do with Muslim ticket or and so on. Of course, even Christians, Muslims, they have competent people who can rule the country. So balancing the situation to calm the disunity in Nigeria is very, very important, and also considering people from the southeast.
Benny, let me ask you. I know you don't speak for the UN, but looking at the country like Nigeria, most of the time, international organizations like the UN, we stand by and watch things, and basically don't do much until it gets bad, and then they start calling conferences and meetings. How do we stop this crisis? Are you people there worried? And being a Nigerian, when you look at what's going on, and I don't know how much influence you have within the UN structure, are you worried about what you are seeing? And do you think there is something that you could do or that the UN could do before the crisis starts?
Thank you very much for that question. First and foremost, I'm not speaking for the UN, I'm just speaking for myself as Beninians. But with the UN, we all know, sometimes even I really pity our people when they, have issues that will be calling on the UN, or will be calling on the US to come and solve their problem. We should all know that the UN actually is a mere institution. It's unlike the European Union. European Union have more power to do a lot of stuff. There are a lot of states who actually compose the UN. And UN actually doesn't work for any particular country. They work for every country. It's an intergovernmental organization, that has its own objective. For example, when you talk about SDGs, goals, and so on, these are the things UN can help, states to develop as, an entity, not to intervene in situations. For example, you see what is happening in Russia. UN cannot, take side or say, condemn Russia. UN cannot do that as an entity, but individual countries who are member states of the UN can do so. But as an organization, the UN cannot do anything. The only thing can they do is to push other countries to be able to, limit, let's say, killing of innocent people, and also like bringing humanitarian help to areas of crisis. But they cannot directly, intervene or stop. But they can also provide standards or standardization or instrument that can help to be able to avoid war, conflict, and so on, if only the member state listen to the standards that are in place, that are provided by the UN, in which they are not obliged to. So that is the situation. UN is not, an entity like the European Union that can, have a very strong power to implement its regulations and decisions directly to the member state.
Okay, thank you. Just to point out, I know I'll come to you, Paul. Igwe, anytime you want to say something, just let me know. I'll give you the space to say something. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, let me continue for what he said about the UN. There's a report that came out that you saw when over 53 out of 54 countries run into China to go get these loans, and only for them to discover that some of the conditions that China is using to give these loans is that they use it so that when they go to UN, these other countries can stand behind them. If China want to press for anything, automatically they have 54 countries as a vote for them. So this is how UN work. UN is like media. What do I mean? Sometimes some of us don't really understand the power of the media. The media, there are things that call news. There are things you can buy a space, you can buy a time in the media so that the media will air your thing. Maybe advert, you want to sponsor documentary, anything, to direct a particular narrative to your own attentions. That's how the UN work. So when we have issues, we want to say, oh, US, we want to say this and that. What do you have to offer them? What stake? What are the things that the US will benefit? And what are the things that the US or the US will lose? That's how the UN is. So if you don't have member states that can vouch for you, if Nigeria is going through problems and 70 states out of the 195 states can be able to fight that, let us look into this country, let us do, they can push, then the UN will give us attention. But if we don't have any stake there, we just go there as a what we call oh yes member, then the UN will really do much. Things go bad before they'll just come outside and do anything. Then when you talk about the US don't have any investment here, they don't have anything here. Why do you want to go call them? But if they have a lot of investment and everything, the US is a capitalist state. So if individuals have so much business and they cry to their Congress, they cry to their senators, my business is going down in Nigeria. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Then they'll do something. But if they don't have anything to lose, I don't see them really do much. That's just what I want to say.
Okay.
And
Thank
Fela
you.
also say, waiting unite inside United Nations.
Yeah, somebody made a comment that they do the bidding of the veto countries, that is countries that have veto power. All right, let's I think who else wants to speak? I think I saw
Dr. Damages.
Alaro. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so just to pivot away from what Paul said, there's something that continues to worry me, and it's a topic that you've discussed in the last couple of weeks as well. You know this thing about federal character. Federal character is okay when one state is putting score for children from like cats in remote place in Daura at 1 or 0, but it's not okay for a very intelligent student from Imo, somewhere in Aruchuku, that scores like that, blasts even the cutoff mark. It's not fine at that point in time. I remember when I had written the NDA exam, and mine can be verified, unlike some people that can't find their certificates. I was one of the top candidates for there's something you do after you pass the exams. And I was very shocked, even as I think I was 17-year-old then. And so I don't think we understand the damage we do to even the younger ones, all those old people. And I say this with apologies as well, Igwe. I don't mean it in a bad way, because it's not all old people. Because we're all, I'm also growing older as well. I see what's to come. Anyway, I remember when we were at the screening, we saw these bosses from like Katsina, and I'm not casting aspersion on just one part of the country, because this is still a collective thing. I remember the kind of things that happened even while we're in the midst of the screening. I'm not going to lie to you. That was the moment as a 17, 18-year-old, I made up my mind that this country cannot be better. I didn't know it was only going to get, I didn't mean it as a way of like coercion or anything. Things were so bad. It was too much for me to take as a 17 going to an 18-year-old then. Now, fast forward to now. When I now look back, then, now I know it's child's play. Now, looking forward, we're trying to look for solutions, but look at the indices. As of when Obasanjo was president, recall the Paris Debt Forgiveness thing that at least he did that one for us. He got us down to about, I think it was $3 million or something dollars. That was, basically left. Look at where we are today. We're basically building to China. And I don't even, right now, what really just amazes me is when you listen to a lot of these candidates, what they're even talking about. They don't even, I don't even know, I don't even think they have a plan, first of all. And that's why I kind of like, if for nothing else, I kind of just want to see like an OB, for example. Just something different, someone that's actually talking. I know talk can be cheap, but I think we don't know the kind of problems we are in right now, because the debt is so much that I think maybe one day we might have to sell ourselves to China.
Thank you. Thank you.
The problem is big.
Yeah. We at this point we spend. I think we are at 92 or 93% of our revenue. We use it to service debt. So whoever is going to be the next president, we have to find money to do anything. All right. I think I think you have maybe your mom or somebody.
Yes. It's my mother.
I want to say something.
Oh, Mama, hold on. My Igwe, I think my Igwe has been here longer than you. Let's hear from the Igwe, and then we hear from you next. Okay. All right. Yeah. Igwe, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a fantastic show. First of all, let me thank Dr. Damages. He's not damaging, he's actually repairing, moving us forward. I think I've listened to what you people said. It was Wole Soyinka who said that we're a wasted generation. Actually, I'm part of the wasted generation. I heard Paul say that the Igwes or the traditional rulers should do something. Yes, the traditional rulers, most of them are part of the establishment. And when you are part of the establishment, you have just to go along with them. There are few who are not part of the establishment. But what I found in Nigeria is that you talked about merit, you talked about federal character, we talked about, but all these things, we don't have ideology. Some of us, when I was a student, I was a students' union leader. We believed in the Warsaw Pact. We are not part of the North Atlantic Organization. And we protest about everything. Actually, I was one of the people who protested when Tafawa Balewa, when they wanted to bring in the atomic power station in one of the French West African countries, not even Nigeria, and that was from France. So things have really gone from bad to worse, I must say. You see, the Igwes are not supposed to play politics, or the Emas or the Obas. So I will just talk generally. We'll try to bless and encourage people. You talked about NSAS. Yes. When we were students going on, if you belong to any political party, you will not be allowed to hold any office in the students' unionism, because you'll be soiled, you'll be compromised by the system. But all those things now, I don't know if it is the military or whoever that has made it possible that they must control both the students' union, the labor unions, and everybody. But we are praying. You know, some years ago, whenever I visit my children, they will ask me, how is Nigeria? I say, Nigeria is good. They say, you know, what's going on? I say, we hope and pray. Then after a few years, when they ask me, how is Nigeria? I say, we pray. We have removed the hope. But I'm sure with you younger people that the hope will come back. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. Let's hear from Mama before anybody else. Okay, unmute yourself, please. Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I love you guys. All what I want to say is you will manage my English, because I'm a little English. So
That's fine, Mama. Say it exactly as you want to say it.
Okay.
Exactly.
So for Nigeria matter, I want to ask you people, how can we move forward? That is number one. Number two, I don't, for my own knowledge or for my own for my own what I'm seeing for Nigeria, I don't think truth can raise up in that country. That country is full of lie and evil, just to kill, just to do bad thing. If you want to be, let's say, if you want to be head of the family, let me start from family. You want to be head of family, you have to be lying. You if you say the truth, they will hate you. Even government will be find you if you are saying the truth. Government will be find you. For you to be a head of your family and you are saying the truth, you are you have give Nigeria government annoyance to fight you. They will use DSS, DSS, police. They will take you, be finding you because you say the truth for your family. You never talk for government, for your own family. That is what where they are going. Because that Nigeria, for my own thinking, I don't think it can change, or it can do something better. I don't. Me, I'm at America, but I want to come home. I can't come home because What I'm thinking for Nigeria is not, if you want to be a chief, king, they want to put you as a king in your town. If you can't lie, you can't kill people, you cannot get the post. Go and check all the king, everywhere. They are killing. They are thief. They are not. They can't say the truth at all. They can't say the truth. Truth is problem as Yoruba for that country. It's only Yoruba I can say. It accommodates anybody. That is why the sufferness is too much for Yoruba now, because they accommodate stranger than even their family. That is what is giving them problem now. And all those things, not that UN, EU are becoming EU,
United Nations. Right.
All those people, they know. Not that they don't know. But I want to ask you people, is it when they kill us finish, the person who no get money, who no get mouth, when they kill us finish, is then the UN or UN, you people, I don't know them. They be the governor of the world.
Okay, my
is the time they kill us finish, they will come and rescue us.
Okay, Mama.
I want to tell you people. I want to tell you people. The war we have in Nigeria is more than the one in Ukraine. It's more than the one in Ukraine. Only Ukraine they take gun. Russia take gun, take a fighter. The one is fighting us more than Ukraine. It's more than that, because you can't travel. You can't, even in your house, you can't sleep. You can't sleep well. You can't sleep well. You can't sleep okay. You are fear. I can't go home. I want to go to Nigeria. I can't go home. I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much. Good.
Do you understand what Mama just said, please?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
we do.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And good thing we have the UN here. But UN, Mama cannot go home. What can you do? Because I don't know what anybody here can do or say. But we have the UN. UN tell us what we can do so that Mama can go home.
No, okay. Anyway, I have to repeat again that I'm not speaking for the UN. I'm just giving my own personal opinion here.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's really, I'm really glad that Mama, came up to, ask a very important question. How can we forge ahead? How can we move Nigeria? And is it even possible, that Nigeria can continue to exist? These are very fundamental questions that need to be addressed, whoever that becomes the Nigerian president in the next year. And I think it's very fundamental. In my own personal opinion, it's possible, to be in one country as Nigeria. There are many situations that I need to resolve for us to be one. If we don't address those fundamental questions, even economic development, cannot come true. So I think it's very important to understand. For me, I'm proposing that it's very important that in Nigeria, we need to define what we need: the political will, the people's will, and also the economical will to address the whole situation. Number one, this is about solutions, how we can be able to push Nigeria forward and to be in the same country as one. Number one, I think it's time for Nigeria and Africa a whole to begin to acknowledge, their culture, their identity as a people that are classified by ethnic nations. And I think it's very fundamental that all the ethnic nations, for example, in Nigeria, for instance, for those talking about restructuring, I'm giving them a hint what that restructuring should be. Number one, they should acknowledge all the ethnic nations, even though there are 300 and something ethnic nations. We need a multi-level governance whereby all the ethnic nations have a sort of autonomy, economic, political, and others within the same confederation system, whereby they can now use their resources to develop their own ethnic nation. We don't need to use state. We don't need to borrow, the American system, because we're not the same. The kind of ethnicity we have in Nigeria is different from what you have in the United States. Because I call that in Nigeria, what we have is ethnic nations that have their languages, whereas in the state, it's not ethnic nations. The only ethnic nation you have in the state are the Indies, the Aborigines. They are the only ethnic nation. Others are ethnic groups in the United States that come from other countries in Europe that form the United States today, and also from other in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. And also those who came through the slave trade. But in Nigeria, we have ethnic nations with their ethnic identity, territory, and so on. So we begin to, for us to be able to restructure Nigeria, we need to address this situation whereby we have to acknowledge the ethnic nations within Nigeria, and then for them to decide how they want to live together as one country. And then they can use their resources, even though they are small ethnic nations, we need to acknowledge them. And, a sort of autonomy is a kind of multi-level governance within it for us to be able to live together. If we cannot address it this way, we'll try to copy other people like the United States, kind of federation which has failed us to today. It won't work. So we need to address our own problem using African solution, using, Nigerian solution for us to be able to solve Nigeria. I want to just put it in a short, brief way. So these are, for example, a solution that can be able to sustain us to coexist in future, because it's not about winning election. There are a lot of challenges in post-election period. There has to be ethnic situation. There has to be religious-wise as well. If any of the parties win, even if Peter Obi wins, he still has to face a lot of challenges to be addressed for Nigeria to move forward as one country.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate this. Now, someone wants to say something, but it's over an hour, and I want to see if we can get some people, new people, to come in and join us. We have only room for 10. Ikolola, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Dr. Damages. I just want to address the intervention idea, because when you say UN, EU, AU, we are talking intervention. I have never been a proponent of intervention, because when it comes to a problem of a state, it's like a shoe. You know where the shoe pinches, and you understand it better than any foreign body. We have seen interventions that were early, and it always fails. And the reason why it always fails is whoever is coming in to solve your problems for you wouldn't have a good grasp of that problem. And you see, the solutions they will put on will then create other problems. This is the thing we saw with Iraq. This is the thing we saw with Libya. Those places haven't recovered since then. So the Nigerians just need, and most states just need to have hope and love of their nation first at heart. When the citizens have hope and love of the nation at heart, then comes sincerity, which is what Nigeria has seemed to lack in all. That is what Mama was saying. Seems to lack in every sphere of its existence. An average Nigerian is not deemed sincere anymore. So the people just, when you come and say, okay, this is a solution, the first thing they look at is, what is he going to benefit by giving this solution? They don't see it as being a sincere idea anymore. So it's I am not a proponent of it, because at the end of the day, you see these superpowers, whether China, whether the US, whether the Russians, whether the Europeans, they are not stupid to look for their own interest first, because nobody is going to put you above himself. You would always be under. So whatever solutions they are giving to you is to put you underneath them, such that they would always govern you. So that is all I just wanted to add to intervention. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Damages, for giving me that chance.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you want me to leave so somebody else can come in, I would definitely.
Yeah, I will please some people to volunteer to give room for new people. In another 1 hour, you can come back if you have time.
So do you want me to leave right now?
Oh, you
If I
can,
could just,
yeah. So we
I
can
want
get
to
new
say
people.
a few words, Dr. Damages, before I
Okay,
leave.
Femi, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a parting shot. So just pivoting again, piggybacking to what I think it was Nadom that just said. Something I've always thought of is just exactly what they said, that no one's going to fix Nigeria for Nigerians. We're going to solve our problem, whether we like it or not. I mean, I don't want to be sound anti-God or something. I am a Christian and all of that, all these things, nice is very. But even I don't even think it was one of the presidents in, I think it was a Ugandan or Zimbabwean president that said, we behave as if God doesn't have other things to do. So we're always saying God help us. No, we should help ourselves. God has already done his bit by providing us the fauna and the flora, the mineral resources, the talents. It's amazing the amount of talents Nigeria has. We should solve our problem. And part of solving our problem, because we talk about solutions, but there's some people that are bent on the status quo, that do not want things to change because of the fact that they're benefiting from it. And that's where I still insist that irrespective of whatever differences we have, when we tire, when we really suffer, we'll remember that it's not about whether you're Muslim or Christian or Almajiri, or you have little sense, or you're educated, literate, or whatever. We will do exactly, if it takes us doing exactly the same thing the Egyptian revolution taught us, even the Tunisian revolution of yore, and the most recent of the Sri Lankan revolution teaches us. And it starts from us, because my thinking has changed over the years. We're our own problem. Even within our own little space, even the things we do to ourselves shows a lot of dishonesty, insincerity, greed, selfishness. Anyway, I'll leave on that short, basically.
Thank you so much. Who wants to speak? Namdi, Prince Namdi, welcome to the show. Okay, let's say hi to him first.
Okay, the topic, I want to be specific with the topic, so maybe you can repeat that.
Oh, pick what you want to speak about. We have election in Osun State. If you are monitoring that, we want to hear from you. If you have somebody there giving us a report. If you want, you can talk about Kwankwaso's pick of Bishop Idahosa. If you know Idahosa, let us know a little bit about him. If you have attended his church, we want to hear the kind of person he's going to be, because he potentially could be our vice president. And of course, we're still talking about Tinubu and his choice. It doesn't seem to have settled well with a lot of people in the party and outside the political party. So pick your topic.
Okay. I want to start with the Tinubu's choice of the VP. I've had contact with him. I was in Northeast for close to 7 years. I've lived in Borno. I was in Gombe for 4 years before I left to the UK. I don't actually know what made him choose Shetima, but I just know that it's actually a selfish interest. I don't know what he stands to gain. If you go to Borno, you understand that the Borno is made up of basically two regions or two ethnic groups, the Kanuris and the Bra. And during Shetima's administration, the Bra tribe, they are Christians. They were suppressed. They suffered. I was there. I was on intervention project in Borno then. They really suffered a lot. They don't allow them go to church. They don't allow them vote during elections. You know, when people talk about election and talk about Peter be winning in the north, winning. See, most of those remote areas, you don't come out to vote if you're a Christian. They will even go with their van to go around and tell you that if you are coming out to vote and you are coming out to vote for a person, don't ever try coming out. I don't know whether it will change now, but I'm speaking from experience of what happens there. And his choice of Shetima polarized Nigeria completely. I don't know why they don't want to see the reality. Truly, we tend to be against people that believe that Nigeria is not working, that we shouldn't be together. But of recent, the happenings in Nigeria makes me feel, just within these few weeks, I just feel that Nigeria shouldn't be together. Because we've failed to manage our diversity. We failed to manage our diversity. Our leaders, I won't blame the youth. I won't blame any other person. But our leaders have made it in such a way that we fail to manage our diversity. I believe it's a bad choice. It's not a bad choice because of anything. It's a bad choice because he's actually creating division. But it's a good choice for him because he feels it will make him win election. Now, for Osun State, I served in Osun. So I served in Osun for a year. I was there in 2015. I was there even during the election in 2015 in Osun. The only place I would say that is that developed in Osun that vote buying will be limited is just Osogbo and Ife town and Osogbo town. Maybe Ororonda, which is inside town. Those two local governments. All those local governments in the interior villages, vote buying is the order of the day. It didn't start today. It has been there all this while. I've got fears.
So go ahead. Round up. Yeah.
I've got fears with this election. I just feel that people should allay my fears because I don't know what will happen after the election. I don't know what will happen. My challenge now is the post-election, how we are going to manage the post-election issues that will come up.
What do you mean? What will happen?
Yeah. What will happen is first, both parties, the PDP did not obey zoning. They did not obey zoning. The APC created Muslim Christian division. So uniting the people after election. If Atiku wins, will he believe that he didn't win? If he loses, if Tinubu loses, will he believe that he lost? If people with the youth popularity on social media and the noise everywhere, if P2B lose this election, do you think the youth that voted for him somewhere in Lagos that gave him 90 to 98% of his vote will agree that P2B lost without knowing what happened in Zamfara? So there is already division. I don't know how the reconciliatory committee, this election reconciliatory committee by the Sultan and the other Reverend Father is going to fix this. But the truth is that my fear is not the election. My fear is what happens after the election. I don't think the youth will even agree with the result. That's the truth.
Thank you, Prince Nnamdi. Chika, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, can you please tell us where you're joining us from? And
yeah, I'm actually joining you from Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, good. So, are you following what's going on? Nigeria. What are you listening to? What is your concern about what's going on?
Well, I've been watching the show for quite a while, and I will describe myself as being apolitical in the first place. But looking at what is going on in Nigeria, I quite decided to kind of be involved. I know a lot of people listening might say, oh, it's because he's Igbo. But I just want to say this way. It's not. It's because I'm a Nigerian, a concerned Nigerian. So firstly, I want to talk about picking Bishop as a running mate. We've had a pastor from a well-known church. He didn't help us. But others are looking at it that way of getting votes. But I don't look at it that way. I look at it as he is making a move to stop P2B because he realized that most of the people that are doing the online work are from that side of Nigeria. So putting up that guy up there is to distract a lot of people. And if you watch the crowd that went on the street to kind of create awareness, they had up to 1 million people from that part of Nigeria. So that's it.
What part of Nigeria?
I'm talking about from Benin area.
Okay. I just want to be clear that that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like I said, I'm very apolitical though, but I did monitor everything. So, and I think that's the strategy that he's coming with. And it's not just him. It's a whole lot of a set of people that are doing that. And don't be surprised, take my word for it. If that strategy did not work, he's gonna drop before the election time. But let's keep our eye on the floor and watch what's going on. That's for that. Number two, talking about, let me address the mama that spoke. I quite love what she said. And she was the one who got me into the show. I've been watching, even when I'm at work, when I work on Saturdays, I put my headphones on and listen to everybody. And matter of fact, I miss Ovio. Ovio, I know you might be hearing my voice. Yeah, so let me go.
Let me say this. Ovie is on the comment section. I think for whatever reason he doesn't want to come and defend Kwankwaso's choice. So we're waiting for him. Anytime he wants to come up, we will let him come and defend Kwankwaso's choice of Idahosa. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So
Doctor, you know, Ovie is not a pastor person, that's why. So this one, one number got out.
You're shocked. He's shocked.
Vegas was so good for him this weekend.
He's shocked. Go ahead, Chika.
Okay, so let me quickly talk about what the mama said. So her complaints or her concerns are real. Every one of us, I think we do have that concern. And to throw this on the floor, and I know I'm actually in a kind of national TV. Let me put it this way. I have that concern myself, but we cannot crying. They told us crying cannot solve a problem. And so we all, including these people in this show, in the studio, we all have to do something to help in that situation. I bought my ticket. Despite what's going on in Nigeria, I am going to go home, join the campaign, and vote. I have my PVC.
Wow.
Just because of that. It might not make sense, but I decided to do that.
It does make
sense. So what I'm trying to say to the mama is this. We cannot just fold our hands and cry about it and have it solved. Somebody has said we have to solve our problems by ourselves. And I agree with that. How will you do that? She has a cell phone. She can call 5 people and 5 people will call 5 people. And that's how we spread the good news.
All right. Thank you, Chika. Let's hear from Web Pluto. Pluto, welcome to the show.
And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, good, very good. Tell us where you're joining.
I'm joining you from Nigeria, from Osun State, Nigeria.
Oh, good. Let's hear from people who are really in Nigeria. Go ahead. What's going on there?
The atmosphere is it's okay. We have been getting news of the updates about the election, even from here, because where I'm at is about 1 hour journey from less than 1 hour to Osun State. You understand?
Yeah.
So the situation is quite okay. Everything is fine. No problem so far.
Have you seen any results?
Yeah, we've seen. Yeah, they are coming in. You know, there are tweets coming in from some news agency. I don't want to mention names. To understand, and we've been seeing photos of these forms. These forms they fill at the polling units. These result sheets. We've been seeing them duly stamped and signed by the party agents, and it's been quite interesting. It's a tight race so far. The race is very, very tight between 2 parties, that is the APC and the PDP.
Okay. So
that's the situation.
That's the situation. APC. What about Labour? What about SDP? They are not showing up one day.
The thing, there's some rumors going around that the Labour Party candidate actually was not happy with the national structure. So I think he pulled out. You understand? I think he pulled out and he declared he's supporting the APC or something. It's still a rumor. I don't want anybody to quote me. but it's online, it's circulating around. So I've been laughing at the the people that are supporting Labour Party that I know. I've been laughing at them that is this the kind of fight you want to put up, you know? So it's quite unfortunate. Other parties are just, they remain as underdogs. They are just underdogs and they are helpless for now.
Thank you so much, Web Pluto. We will stand by if you can. We will come back to you, and I want to hear more about what's going on around you. Prince, welcome to the show. There are so many Prince. Okay, this is just Prince. Prince, the other Prince, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please, and talk to us? Tell us where you're joining us from, Prince. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Prince, we can. You are going in and out. Can you unmute yourself? And okay, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Where are you joining us?
Actually, my name is Prince. I'm calling from Prince. I based in Sweden. Yeah, I've been listening to everybody I've been speaking. Nigeria is our country, and all of us will understand the problem we are going through the country as a country, Nigeria. So basically, I am always in Nigeria. I just came back not a week ago, and I'm interested in politics in Nigeria. It's not all about saying we.
Okay. We have a problem with your connection. Maybe you can. Prince, your connection is not very clear. What I would recommend is that you can log out and join us again, and see if we get a better connection. Okay. All right. In the meantime, John Abba, I don't think you've spoken more than once today. I see you are calm, and your brother Prince, not Prince, Pastor Bishop Idahosa is now the vice presidential candidate for Kwankwaso. What is? Are you happy about that? That church leaders are going into politics?
Church leaders are not going into politics. Church leaders are the politics.
They are the politics.
They are the politics. So church leaders are not going to the politics. They are the politics. There is no difference between church and pastors or bishop or reverend father in terms of the way our structure is designed. But in any case, I believe that it's a divide and control strategy. That's what politicians do, and we keep watching. But the guy Kwankwaso, sorry, my friend, Vie is not here, but I told you that Kwankwaso is not going anywhere. I don't know why we are even mentioning it. Where is he going? He's not going nowhere. It's not going to even win Kano in the first place. So if Benin people give him Benin, that's a plot. Then he try. But if he cannot win Kano, he will Benin going to win. And,
now, Jonab, I know you are from Benue State. There's this story that your governor basically was calling on the government to free Nnamdi Kanu. Are you in tune with that position?
Come again.
Your governor in Benue, Samuel Otom, called on the government to free Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafran leader. Are you aware of that?
He has been outspoken about that, but he too should free Benue State and paying the pension and pay everything he's supposed to pay. The notion that Otu is shamelessly campaign on national platform where thousands of Benue or his own state are dying of hunger for his non-payment, he should just stay quiet. Let him free the Benue people, then you talk about Nnamdi Kanu.
All right. Beninus, go ahead.
Actually, Dr. Zame, I just wanted to raise a report. Actually, I don't know if that's really true, because I think most of us saw the video either it happened in Imo State or in River State, as the media actually are purporting, of the buried voters card or PVC somewhere in River State or in Imo State. I don't know if that is true. For those actually who are joining us from Nigeria, I don't know if they could confirm that, because that is really, as it was reported, over 2 million PVC were found buried on the ground in the southern part of Nigeria. And I think if that is true, that will really quite dangerous, especially for the politics of Nigeria. That means trying to disenfranchise people from the south to vote. If that is a strategy for some political candidates to, lessen the vote coming from the south, is really quite dangerous politics. And again, I don't know. Actually, I would like to hear from those actually who are joining us from Nigeria to confirm this, and also to hear what others have to, discuss about it, because I really so much concerned about this development. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All right. Yeah, this is the video you are talking about.
The wickedness being perpetrated by the INEC and some wicked leaders and people in authority to disenfranchise the people of this nation. So these are people's PVC.
Yes, permanent
original
one, yes.
PVCs.
That was dug from the ground.
Hidden on the ground, yes. Buried.
They used
to stop them, not to.
All right. As far as we know, INEC is investigating that story, and hopefully we hear something about that. But I don't think there's anything more we know about that particular story. All right, Prince, welcome back.
Okay.
Prince.
Okay. So, like I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Like I was saying, the most important thing for us to do as we living in diaspora, we need to, organize ourselves, and we need to be able to help people down politically. And it's not something that will happen overnight. It's something that, is good that people will be, movement started. But for me, that movement will not materialize this time, but it's good that, it's better to start than not, to start. So what I'm saying is everything is not all about presidency. We can get the Nigeria we want. We can get the way we want it by looking at getting people in Senate, people in the House of Assembly, House of Rep, and all that. Because those people, if we haven't, if we are still operating on the same constitution we have, even if P2B get there, even if NJ get into Nigeria, the person will hardly do meaningful because of the son we have. So the only way we can see change, and that change can happen, is for us to start, from the House of Assembly, from the Senate, where the diaspora, people with like minds coming together, make sure that we change the majority of people that knows what is happening, knows what government is all about. Then from there we can force the constitution to be changed. Then the constitution can be amended. So when the constitution is amended, you balance the equation by the number of states we have in Nigeria, the quota system, the sharing formula, and all that. So that is when we can start talking. Because if P2B get in there, P2B cannot do much because it don't have the number. If you people remember 2015, when Buhari was doing his first year, when the Senate president, who was Saraki managed to frustrate the 4 years of Buhari, because at the end of the day, PDP had majority. So they're able to build, came into the house or that is on it, some of them throw it out and all that. So what I'm saying is we need to start from looking how we can, get involved, not being here, get involved on ground, getting involved on ground now, getting elected, start
Okay.
vying for those positions.
Okay,
From
Prince.
there, we can now, start getting all these things, to the end.
Prince, thank you very much. Your line is still not very good. I am.
Are you guys
Yeah,
hearing me?
we had you, but we still. Let me, Chike, I'm coming to you. Let me just.
Can I say something? Then I like to get off and
Okay, okay,
listen rather.
okay, Chike.
So,
What do you say?
yeah. So just two things basically, and I leave because I didn't finish up my conversation before you stopped me the first time. So I wanted to talk about the crowd you saw in Osun State. So I don't think anybody should be deceived by that crowd. When you see APC and PDP crowd, they actually paid for. So, but I'm not sure the Labour Party can afford to pay for that crowd. That's one thing I want to talk about. That one, I mean, I have been in that in the past. So secondly, and the last thing I wanted to say is about what Prince just said. And after that, I will get off. So you did mention, in as much as I agree with you partially, but there is a statement you made, P2P will not do much. Let me say something. When Buhari banned Twitter in Nigeria, he didn't need the House and the Senate to do that. So P2P can do something to an extent. I also agree with you that we need people to join up. Like, we have people people of like mind in Labour Party that will contest in the House and in the Senate. I agree with that. But we cannot rule out that he will not do anything if he gets there on his own or by himself. That I do not accept. Like I said before, is debatable, but I know what I'm saying. That is real. So with that, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you everybody. Thank you for having me. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chike. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. I know that Pluto wants to speak, but let me go to Paul. I'll come to you, Pluto. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, doctor, I get this thing all the time when people talk about if Peter Obi goes there and only he cannot do much. We've seen Adams Oshomole did tremendously well in his first term. You understand? He does not have anybody in the house. We saw the same thing with Peter Obi. So I don't understand. If you want to be a king, when the king die in a family where, not like Edo State, in a family where you have, say, like in Lagos, they have like 16 families. So it becomes more of lobby. When you want to go lobby the king's men to become king, you even bow down, you prostrate, you beg them. But the day you become king, everybody, every one of them will come down and give you that allegiance back. You will take back your rights. So the day Obi become president, just for nothing, if Obi couldn't achieve anything, if Obi can even make only the diaspora vote, that chunk of vote can counter those so-called area boys, those market women that they can pay 2,000 to vote. Our vote in the diaspora can bring equilibrium on that level. That will go a long way because the elite is, the so-called educated people or those people that have seen life in a different way, the way we can vote, they already know. I don't think if they want to say any one of us should vote from the diaspora, except few of us in the diaspora that is thinking of, I want to go get an appointment or go become contractor. Nobody would think that they want to vote for this so-called PDP or APC, except the third aspect of it. Maybe there is a tribal sentiment to it. Other than that, because we see life in different ways, we will not vote for these same people. No, it's not possible. Then, doctor, I forgot something. Let me say it about Tinubu. I have a strong person who is a journalist, top journalist in Nigeria. He was telling me something the other day. He said every Wednesday, they used to go see Tinubu. That is, most of these media guys, people go see Tinubu. Tinubu will entertain them, like yab them, mess them, say jokes, say everything. After saying all those things, guess what? If they are still living, we will still give them handouts, we will still give them money. You understand? So he's used to this thing. So now that he started doing this so-called rally campaign, sometimes he forgets. Still want to say the same thing. Oh, give them corn and cassava, give them yam. Because when you say all those funny things, say, you've come again. Come on, go chop corn. No say anything the cash, wait corn day, cassava day. Then we end up give them money. So when they leave again, they themselves to also forget. Because when they leave, he will not give them good amount of money. They'll end up say, the man is so generous, he's nice, and he's playful at this level. He won't even crack joke, he won't even say all these things. Failing to understand that at the detriment of that so-called downfall driver, that so-called woman that carry things on their head. They take money from all these people. You understand? When they carry all those money, they put it in the bullion van to take to his house. Then you start sharing the money and start talking about cassava and corn and broom. This is the height of stupidity. We can always get better past this. Doctor, let me leave for now so that I can allow others to also contribute.
All
Let
right.
me stay behind the scene. I may come back.
Let me say something before Paul go.
Thank you. Okay. Janaba wants you to hang out. Okay, go say what you want to say, Janaba.
Paul, I don't know. I know Minnesota is very hot. I don't know whether the sun enter your house. The weird glasses that your son should when you house.
Paul is in Arizona, not Minnesota.
I'm in Arizona.
I say Arizona. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know
yes.
whether the sun enter
Today
the
is
house
114.
It's 114.
Okay.
So you can understand.
114.
I thought you were hiding from Tinubu. Okay.
Then that reminds me about Autumn. Doctor, you can see Autumn has started becoming this professional politician. Autumn understands the yearnings and the aspiration of people from the East. He understands it very well. So Autumn is in US and speak with Igbo leaders in the US. The first thing he want to say is to say releasing Nnamdi Kanu. You know, just want to tell them what they want to hear so that they can just leave him alone before they go beat him like a Kwereman. You understand? We know the game. We know the
okay.
dream.
No, that's not the reason why I said before I go. I would go. We all love the change in Nigeria. I'm going to leave, so let me say something before my brother Paul also leave. And I hope to see you be the next time because I don't know why guys are pushing him aside, but he will be Kwankwaso is not winning, so he take the sign off of his back gradually, and now he himself is not here again. But in any case, let's wish and pray for better Nigeria. And nobody is discouraging one or the others. We all want a better Nigeria in a different way. But end of the day, we meant well. My own is that let us not overcrowd the movement of Obi that is Obi doing. It's what is happening is that people are awakening, and the only choice that they are seeing a glimpse is Obi party, which is Labour's party. But let us pray that keep going, and maybe the next election and election. But what we have right now, if you ask yourself a critical question, what of after 4 years of Obi or 8 years of Obi? Are we going to go back to House of Biafra? Are we going to go back to where we started from? So there is so many things that are still not clear to me about this movement without a specific demand of the youth, or without a grassroots movement where you elect people from your own constituency to go to Abuja and make changes. Then you are still having the same politician changing party, recycling themselves, or change one party to another. And by the way, I wish I'm not discouraging anybody, but the pathway for Obi is very slim. So let us have a plan ahead, or with Obi or not or without Obi. How can Nigeria become a better place where people like me and Paul can go when we before we die?
Whether Nigeria bad or bad more than this, I am going back to Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria in March, and I will still go back to Nigeria.
Okay,
that's one.
Bye now.
Okay, thank you guys. There's somebody who is joining us. His name is Obi. We've not heard from him. So, Alara, hold on. Okay, let's hear from Obi. Maybe he may be the secrets. Obi, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm Obi's namesake, kind of speaking from Cape Town, South Africa.
Okay, good, good. We like people who are in Africa more than all these North Americans who eat too much. And go ahead. So what's going on? What are you hearing? Yeah.
Also following all the news from over there, or maybe from home.
Yeah.
All that's going all that please don't mind my voice. It is well with my voice because of code over here. Is code in this our area. Excuse me. So all these things going on, that maybe at the end of the day, that maybe all this Boko Haram or all these what they call them, the bandits, or that they're gonna obstruct the system or the election that is going on. They're gonna hijack it. Look at what they did in is it in Niger, or even so close to the Aso Rock and all the rest. So so all this going on over there. Why won't we first of all call for maybe a referendum, or that this election will not really come out as expected or as being planned, that they also have their own agenda. That's also number one. The number two, my concern also, some of this analysis that we people always suggest, wise ideas. Does it really get to some of the people, some of the key players, most of them, to use it and to implement them so that there will be better results? Some of these things that people, when we gather like this in various media, so suggest, bring forth. Does it really get down to the main people, the key players who are really there, who can use it to implement it for a better result? These are the two things that I want to, kind of, put forward here.
Thank you, Obi. Alaro, you are here. You are part of the Obi campaign. Tell us, when we talk here and suggest things like Obi is saying, do you get to pass it across to the campaign?
Absolutely, and so can you. So first of all, people should know there's only one forum. That's the Peter Obi Support Network.com. It's not just about giving money, it's about giving your ideas and participating. So write that down, Peter Obi Support Network.com. Join if you have anything positive to add to Nigeria. That's number one. So that being said, it's unfortunately the king left. I'm not going to address him by his name. I'm a Yoruba man, so traditionally I cannot call his name and just call him by name like that. So, and for him to give us his time as an elderly to think he wants to listen to us at youth, that tells you how far things have gone. So it took his time. This man is a very busy man. He has a lot to do. It took his time to listen to us. He went from hope and prayer to just prayer. He has lost hope. He said it, but he's still praying. And Mama, Allah case Mama has no hope. She's still praying, and our frustrations are true to heart at the pain we feel. And I keep saying, just saying the negative is not enough. How do we move forward? Peter Obi giving himself. This is a man, Peter Obi doesn't want to be the president of Nigeria. Peter Obi wants to solve the problems of Nigeria. What are you as Nigerians willing to do? Most of us, 90% of everybody that's talking on this program, we're always glad to always have an African view. Whenever there's a Nigerian, everybody is excited because we're getting the local view. Most of us are in diaspora. And somebody said, everybody in Nigeria has somebody in diaspora, because everybody in diaspora is a sacrificial lamb of their families in order for them to survive in those countries. That's the reality. But how do we move forward? What can you yourself give? Dr. Damages is giving everything he can by giving this forum. Mazi was here. If you know people are going back to vote, your vote is not enough. We have professionals on this right now watching, professionals. what you can do. Go on the network, be involved, be active. It's not just money. Nobody wants your money. If you have the money to give it. We need it. That's number one. My dear brother from the UN, you're a diplomat. You're a professional diplomat. I deal with a lot of diplomats in Nigeria embassy. I'm not going to knock you. You represent the United Nations perfectly well. And the United Nations, like you said, is not going to give out handouts. And we don't expect it. The Peter Bill movement don't expect handouts. We will never come to you for a cent. We will come to you for what you are worth positively and how we can use it. Sustainable development goals. This is offered by the UN. We will use it. This is where the manifesto is going. The 17 points that goes with the sustainable development goals. There is a plan. This is not just people talking and people just, there's a plan in place. There's going to be a lot of work. Don't expect miracles. Things will change. Somebody said, what happens after Peter Obi after 8 years? After Peter Obi after 2 years in office, before the next elections, Nigerian mentality will change. Nigeria mentality averagely will change. This is what the Nigeria of the future will be. If you want to join the movement and you're looking for office and you're looking for contract, you're wasting your time. If you want to serve and get paid for what you are serving, your normal salary, yes. Time of contract is over. You do your job and you pull the country forward. This is what we are talking about. And that's when we're talking about change, that's what we're talking about, change, and that's what we mean. Prince Nnamdi spoke that the experience, when he was talking about the North. The people, the Northern youths are the ones suffering the most. You talk about the North and the old, you're talking about the old times, like the voting box, and all these things have changed, my brothers. People are suffering. Northern youths are suffering more than any other person. What will happen in Nigeria, people will be shocked. This is a movement, and campaign will start officially in September. Join and be a part. Be a positive part. Things are different. The game is game over. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm telling you, this is a movement. This is not about, Peter Obi is not an Igbo candidate. Forget that. That's all I have to say for you. Wake up, my brothers and sisters.
I know my mic is mute. Thank you so much, Laro. We have new people joining us, and we're yeah.
Dr. Damage, I just wanted to say something quickly, and then I will leave also.
Okay, Beninis, go ahead.
Okay. Before actually I say, give my last comment on, I just wanted to comment on the last comment actually made by Alaro, my brother. It's very critical and very relevant what you just said in terms of what UN can do, and then UN is doing it with many other countries in helping them in developing standards. I'm working on the trade division at the UN Economic Commission for Europe. So most of the time we develop standards, for example, standards for gender responsive standards, market access, market surveillance, and so on in terms of trade, across UN membership countries. So these are the things actually UN can offer, which if you, for example, Peter Obi happens to be the president of Nigeria next year, and he needs the UN to be able to support. So there are a group of experts within the UN who works together, with countries, individual countries, to help them to develop some particular standard that can help their economy grow, and open otherwise, and so on. So, and also in my own personal view, just like I raised before, I think it's also time for African countries, Nigeria in particular, to start coming together, find solution. We have brains, in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, who can, come together, even develop, standards that can help solve our own problems. We don't even need to place it at the UN. Of course, the UN is very more an international organization that can support countries as it laid by the UN conventions and so on. But what I'm trying to lay down here is that it's possible because I have worked at the UN helping in, because at the UN we have different structures. We go picking some experts in different countries to help us develop some particular standard, which also I participated in developing, for example, standards on education and standardization. I was one of those who worked with the UN ECE to be able to develop these standards. So I think it's also very important, maybe if I can be able to reach you, my brother Alaru, and also Dr. Rudolph, we can be able to help, fish out. I can help out to, Nigerians in particular who are talented, experts who are, talented in areas of economy, international relation, and so on, who can help to develop or work together through this kind of conversation, come up with ideas we can place in a written form that we can give to any presidential candidate that can look into it and try to see if they can implement it to be able to achieve something. Because it's not about talking and talking. We need to bring something very concrete to be able to, achieve something. And these are things we can offer as individuals. It's not always all about money or contract. Things are, there are many things we can do, out of your own goodwill, to be able to help support, or if we really wish Nigeria to really develop. So these are the things we could do. So I think it's very important you mentioned that, Mr. Laru, about this situation. So I'm very open on this. If we can be able to, have a way to contact each other, can be able to bring brains together to be able to form a group or a forum, or focal point like this.
All right.
So this is my own proposal.
Thank you.
Actually, so.
Benis, thank you so much. You can put your contact on the private chat, and we can share with anybody who's interested on the private chat on the right. You can see it there.
Okay.
Right. So let's welcome to the show. We have Dr. Dominic. Dr. Dominic, welcome to the show. And thank you for the work you did last Saturday, the wonderful work. I know they gave you a tough time, but I'm here now. Don't worry.
The guy still owe me beating.
They gave you a tough time. Okija, welcome to the show.
Please, can I talk so that I may give others the opportunity to come in, because I've been here.
Hold on. I want you to meet these are the regular people. I want you to meet them too. You need to know. Oh, because you're in Nigeria, that's very good. And we'll get back to you. And then Obia, welcome to the show. Let's go to Pluto before anybody else. Pluto, welcome. And what's going on? Did you get any other information for us?
Yes, actually, we have been talking about the solution, and I think I have an idea about the solution.
Okay.
You see, what I would suggest is that let us look into the education sector, because it's not about Peter Obi or somebody else coming in to fix things. It's about educating average Nigerians on how to make intelligent choices. Take, for instance, now, how many people knows the implication or the interpretation of GDP or foreign exchange or trade balance or anything like that? Most of our people are not really educated about how they can make choices, how they can make intelligent choices. You understand? When these politicians present their manifestos, our people does not even know what is important. They don't know what to look forward to saying. They don't know it. So I'm thinking our education system is too weak. Like the man from the UN said, the standard and the content that we have presently in Nigeria is not taking us anywhere. Quote me anywhere. I passed through the education system in Nigeria, and I discovered that the content needs to be revised as soon as possible. At the same time, education has to be a fundamental right of every citizen, because our people, when we go out to talk to people, it just looks like they don't know the left from the right. You understand what I'm saying? They don't know. These people don't know. They are not aware. What they are concerned about is how much is onion, how much is gari, can we eat? You understand? They don't know what to do or how to think to influence their own future. Even if everybody wants to present a beautiful manifesto, our people does not really understand the content. They don't even know what to look forward to. So I think education plus information is the primary thing. Even if our candidate does not emerge, I think let individuals, all these charity organizations, Let them look into education. Let the young children, let them know the meaning of GDP, the meaning of trade balance. It should be a kind of household thing. Let everybody be wise. If you have enough people that are educated, you know, these people that want to fiddle with the system, they'll be more careful because they will know that people understand the implication of what they're doing. But these people come in, they fiddle with the system, they tamper with parameters and get away with it because people does not really know who destroyed who set the future, who set the record straight. They don't know. That's why these politicians can still manipulate us.
All right, Pluto, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Okay, Alake, okay, go on.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add to what my brother just said now, Pluto, and also to remind us of what my mom said the other time. Number one, have we observed that when we talk of awareness of what is going on in the land, most people are not really know their left from their right. What do I mean? Now, educating the people of what is going on in the system, where we were before and what is going on now, will make people to know in selecting the choices. Somebody was mentioning Peter Obi coming into system. It might not really change, like what Mama said the other time, because presently in Nigeria, what Mama is saying is that the system has corrupt even a household that nobody is saying the truth anymore. Saying the truth is no longer selling. What is selling is give and take. Let's look at the system. Look at Osun State. Look at Lagos State. How many pastors do we have in the House of Assembly? How many pastors do we have in the House of Rep? How many pastors are in APC government? There are many of them, but they are quiet. Even though their leaders are being banned. So, for example, now, let's look at the vice president. Vice president is my pastor. I'm a redeemed pastor before I left Nigeria. So, but what are they saying? Nothing. Things bad are happening every day, but the truth is the system that we have in Nigeria, except that was why I love one of the questions that was thrown to Peter Obi concerning restructure. What are the system that you want to what area do you want to concentrate on? So we need to, if we like the brother saying that if we have a forum, we need to if there's a way we come together, start spreading, information, right information to the people, to let people know where they are being blindfolded, what is happening in the system to sustain life in Nigeria. Because if we cut off the people, I keep on saying it, if we cut off the people that are supporting from the diaspora, from the system, Nigeria will collapse.
Okay, thank you. Alake, let's there are people that just joined us. Let's welcome them and let's hear from them before we continue the conversation. Where do we start? Stan, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Yes, all the speakers have done a little bit of justice to the conversation here, but I want to add in something. When a father gives birth to children and when the kids grow up, they go their separate ways, build their homes, build their empire. So Nigeria as a nation is like a grandpa. If you go to your grandmother's home now, there are certain food you cannot eat from her. So Nigeria as it is now, let's not shy away from the truth. It will be being elected president in Nigeria cannot do wonders overnight because he will be there for 4 years, maximum 8 years is gone. He was in Anambra State, even when he had ABGA and majority in the party, they still impeached him. You have to fight to get back. After the 8 years, he saved up money. What happened? Another governor come and blow everything up. So go to Anambra State today, it's not livable. So hoping on him to come in and do something that will remain forever is just a mere dream. So the truth be told, Nigeria have to be disintegrated. Let every region take care of their resources. That is the fact.
All right.
Nobody will just come into your backyard, control your oil wells, make you the gate man, and your kids, the youth grow up, they kill them for challenging them. And people have known the truth. That is the simple. So the country have to be disintegrated for peace to reign. Now, if you catch a thief, who happens to be a government official in your region. Order will come from Abuja. Some allergy you don't know. We give order to release him, and you can't do nothing about it. But if the country gets disintegrated, anybody commit crime, he knows his house, he go there, he get him. They treat him locally. Nothing will happen. Go to Europe. Certain European countries, they have 3 million kind of indigens as the number of people that made up the country. So Nigeria as a whole, each region has more than 50 million people living there. They are still under the control of the Abuja cabal. So it doesn't work that way. So let's speak the truth. Individual or political party, the structure is damaged. So let them split the country and everybody control their resources. Peace will reign. Security will be there.
Thank you,
Thank
Stan.
you, guys. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Thank you. Ovie, welcome to the show. I know you've been on the comments everywhere. So one of the topics of today is your candidate, Kwankwaso speak, running mate of Bishop Idahosa. Most people don't know Idahosa, his political ideology, other than his miracles, people falling down. I had the video, I can't find it. I know you have many of them. Tell us the thinking behind Idahosa.
I'll try to find it for you.
Yeah, please.
Rimabatan Shantarabobo Sibayata.
So, okay, what's going on? I'm disappointed. I thought he was going to pick someone close to P2B's level politically, because that's what he promised. He said that he wanted P2B and then for him to just settle for Idahosa. But tell us what's the thinking behind. Maybe we don't understand.
It is not just NNPP that want Peter Obi, even the elite and by extension, INEC want Peter Obi on that ticket, so that it will be one way straight. There won't have to be a runoff. Nigeria don't get money to conduct a consecutive election. So that's why you see that momentum go. But since it don't go now, everybody has to be projecting ahead the second round, because it's obvious nobody is going to win outrightly among these 4 candidates. Nobody can be the I'm going to win outrightly. So it is definitely going to go to the second round, and that is what informed the decision of taking a pastor, a real pastor, and not be student pastor where they follow in a general overseer. He has his own congregation. so yes, a strategy to that. I mean, the man, is an engineer, by the way. It's not just bishop, it's bishop engineer Isaac Idahosa. So it's not just a roadside pastor. A man who was born and raised in Niger State. In fact, some of the biggest infrastructure in terms of church are stayed there in Minna. So he has a very large following in Minna before moving down to Lagos, where, one can actually say specialize in celebrity ministry, because pretty much all the celebrities in that part of the region, Lagos and the neighboring state, attend his church. So he's bringing that, but most importantly, it's an identity politics. I mean, anytime when I bring that in, some people will just jump on me. Blah, 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 blah. It is not me. It is what has been playing on. Elections start, if anybody that is serious in taking power starts the next day after the current president has been sworn in. In terms of Nigeria, when Buhari was sworn in 2015, right? The next day, that is when the election starts. That is when the strategy starts. But again, my eastern quarters and the western people, they played the wrong way. They started throwing shades of all sorts to not just the president now, by extension, his party, but the whole North. Everybody put the whole North in one circle, calling them all sorts of names. So that's why I say that will come to play come 2023. And the fact that Tinubu, who deep down he knows that he's not even Muslim enough, he has to go for somebody that can, cement the aspect of him by going for a Muslim ticket. So we have to now sit down and look, okay, what constituencies have been left behind, and this generally. The youth, of course, and the youth and the Christian and the Christendom as a whole. Now the youth, we have to be there claiming all the youth and all that. Say, okay, we'll leave them, but we'll focus on the Christendom now. Who is better to take among the Christian fraternity rather than somebody who is hardcore? I mean, money is not his problem. He got that coming on his way too. So we decide to just focus on the Christianity. Should we make it to the second round? I mean, Kwankwaso, he has the north covered already. And that you see Muslim, not or Christian. As far as not is concerned, nobody is going to be Kwankwaso. But it's always sound funny to me when people are saying, even Abba, even my own Boronu man, Abba is saying that Kwankwaso is not going anywhere. My question is that why are people keep saying Kwankwaso is not going anywhere? Nobody has able to give me a reason. They just say it's not going anywhere, it's not going anywhere. But I made a promise that if Kwankwaso collapse his structure to either Tinubu or Atiku, I would join the obedience movement. That's my promise.
All right. So that's new. I have not heard that from you today about this.
Okay, I'm saying it now. If people are suggesting that Kwankwaso is working for Atiku or working for
I
Tinubu,
know you are coming slowly. You are coming.
if that happens, if Kwankwaso collapse the structure for any of these two guys, I will join the obedience. But that's not going to happen. So the decision informed to go to for a hardcore Christian and a lifestyle Christian to a young man is very viable based on the politics that is at stake, that is being played today. So that's why you see, a man who's at the same time is from South. We can't take that away from him. He's from my state. He's from Edo State. I mean, are you going to tell me that the Oba Benin, by extension, we're not able to convince the royal father within the region to back his own son? Just as somebody is saying, it's that time, I think it's Paul that says that time we start investing in our royal fathers. And that's a fact. And that also extends to when Pastor Mbaka said, Obi is stingy. It's not speaking for me and you. Obi no will give us money, but those institutions, that is the only way to appease them. Now, the only way to get them is that you have to go there with Ghana must go, whether you like it or not, they will just look you. Because what else again? What you wanted, they never hear before. What are you going to tell the Adobe of Kanu or the Academy of Medugri? What you wanted, when it was just look you, they laugh. Because they've seen it all. So now, back when you bring come, that matter. And that's what, what's his name? Mbaka is speaking to that is stingy, but people don't understand. So we pick a pastor who's very rich, money-wise, he has it. He's very loyal to, based on where he's coming from. He's a Benue man. We're going to, get all the royal father via that avenue. He can also speak for the youth. But most importantly, this is a man who could speak outside if he is not. So
Right.
the pick is not based on the general election, but based on the second round that is going to happen.
Okay, Obia, thank you. We'll
And another question, let me clarify. Everybody's asking why the change of my background. Where is Kwankwaso? Well, see, if to say una know the true Nigerian, una will know what is happening. Una be Biafra and Oduduwa. The true Nigerian man will know that the Nigeria as a nation is taking part in World Athletic Championship right now in Oregon. So they started yesterday. So Team Nigeria is very visible in that place. It's very visible in Oregon, and they are doing so far. They are doing well. So that's what informed my background change. And again, Kwankwaso, that they never pay me. I'm broke. So.
All right. Thank you so much. Welcome to the show.
Well done, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if Alaro is still there. Alaro, please. I am using.
What's going on?
This.
I'm here, my brother.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm listening.
Can you hear me,
my dear brother? Yes, sir.
Okay, please. If you could drop your information to Dr. Damages, I will get it and connect. And okay, and also for
private
everyone
chat,
out there,
brother, private chat, we'll do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm using phone. I'm not at home, so I don't know how to do this, with the phone. So please, if you give it to Dr. Damages, please. And also, please, everybody out there, Dr. Damages, he has been doing a lot of work. He organized this platform. He pays for this thing, and we appreciate, because I think I was looking at this. I think there is another level, because he is having like 1 or 2 hosts, and there can be only 10 participants. I think there's another level you can have up to 24 participants. I think so. So if you guys, if anybody, just support Dr. Damages, go to his Patreon page and contribute. I think that one is at $24 a month or so, $25 a month. So $25 a month, we can pay for it, even if it's $2 or $3 or $5. So we can pay to have about 24 people or so. Dr. Damages is 24 people.
I will look into that. I think so.
Okay, yeah. So please, just $5, $10, just every month, he can, so we can sustain this.
Okay,
And
but I okay, but I hope you can control. You can join the technologies in controlling 24 people.
Dominic, that's why you are here. You are now one of the you can host this show. So if I'm not here, you do that. If they knock me down, you take over.
Okay. So Ovie, I hate to bust your bubble, but you keep saying all these things. Campaign started in 2015. I don't know. Campaign started in 2015, and Tinubu won, and it took him like how many days to pick up a running mate. I don't know if he started in 2015, if he didn't do all this calculation, and then so forget about all these things. Campaign started in 2015. Campaign started when the campaign started. So I mean, you can in politics, one day can do wonders. So don't worry about it. The Zik won. I think whatever. What do you call it? The Zik party then. What do you call it in the 60s? They won the Western House and just midnight, and then the whole vote shifted to Awolowo. So forget about all these things you're talking about. Kwankwaso lost election in his second term. He didn't win second term. So I mean, stop talking about Kwankwaso. He's not going anywhere. He can't even win Kanu. So stop all this nonsense, man, and get to reality. For people who are talking about like P2B, he will not do anything. I don't know why people are being pessimistic. I actually am pessimistic right now because of what is happening to Nigeria. You look at what happened to Sri Lanka. How the people sacked the government. I mean, Nigeria is collapsing. Nigeria is collapsing from between now and the election. I don't know what is going to happen. Nigeria is going to default on its debt. So it's a big issue. Nigeria is collapsing. Nigeria cannot. I was listening to Ngige last night. He was talking about ASU strike. The main reason why they cannot meet up with ASU strike because they're not making enough money. Jonathan promised them money that for this government this government they wanted to pay them, but they are not making enough money monthly. So the allocation in what they are getting is not enough. So it's affecting other sectors. State governments, a lot of governments, they are not paying salaries. Nigeria is in a mess. So Nigeria is crumbling gradually. So we don't know what's going to happen. But if P2 becomes in 2023, hopefully, I don't expect too much miracle, but if he can cut the cost of government, that's what is, that is what is making Nigeria. That is the problem with Nigeria, the cost of government. I was listening to Babachir, whatever, the former secretary to the state government.
Babachir Lawal.
Yeah. And he was talking about Buhari. He was saying something that Buhari is a good person, but the people around him, that they're the ones who are confusing him. But that friends will come, they will say, give my son or whatever, my daughter, whatever, appointment, and he would tell Babachir, give them. So Nigeria, from the way, the problem with Nigeria is rent system. This thing you see where people, put people who do not have the qualification, who don't know anything, put them in charge in parastatals and government agencies, and they, make Nigeria. So that's the problem. If P2B comes in, all the cost of government, and I think because the confidence, if the confidence, when people see the confidence, the international community, they are willing to give you loan. They are willing to what do you call it? Investors. They're willing to come in, control the rate at which naira fluctuates. If investors, personally like me, I don't have much, but I've been wanting to invest in Nigeria. But because of this what is happening with this government naira, there was something I did. I think the naira was about $300 and something. When $300 and something naira per dollar when I send money to someone, and then when I'm trying to get my money, the dollar is like about 500 naira. So what are you going to do? So who is going to come and invest in a country where the money just goes like that? So let us be optimistic, But if you want to be pessimistic for now, that's okay. And if P2B comes in, we are the people. We elected him. We worked for him. We will hold him accountable. We will give him direction, like the guy that spoke after Alaro. we can engage. Let us be the first engage. Tell them this is what you want to be done. We can. Yes, in China did it. Before you come to the center, you have to do something in the region. They bring you to the center. So we can adopt the same principle whereby, we have Nigerians, you train them in leadership. Before Obi goes, Dati Ahmed, he has already a running mate, trained, ready to take over. So, not only that, he trained people to go into ministry. I remember I read, I wasn't there, but I read history. Igbo Union, when Igbo Union started in the 1450s. They got people, go to the army, go to this, do this, that's and they help them, give them leadership training, and they go and do that, and they did well. So we have to still, go and do the same thing in Nigeria. So I would take my leave and leave someone else to talk.
Okay, the only miracle that will happen is going to be performed by the incoming vice president. In the name of Bishop Idahosa. Ask Dominic. Dominic know about his miracle performance.
Listen. He has been praying for how many years, and nothing has happened. So it's not going to happen now. What we need is
he has taken his way to a major vice presidential ticket. Don't worry, he will pray his way again to.
Listen, bro. When it comes, we will bet. Kwankwaso will not win even Kanu. Bro, so forget about him. He's a loser. He's a loser. He knows he's a loser already. That's why he was talking about. I think last week he was talking about. Oh, if I can get it, I will support Tinubu. He has already.
That is your interpretation. That's your interpretation of that.
All right.
Forget about that man. Don't waste
energy. Let's welcome Dominic. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Yes, everyone. Good afternoon. I was just quiet to listen to all of you talk.
Yeah.
Dr. Dami just skipped me. I'm like, okay. I
guess
I'm in the background today, and I'm doing work for him now.
You can actually stop me now. You have control of that. So, so Dominic, what have you been hearing in the last?
I was surprised about the Ben. Is it Ben Idahosa, right?
Isaac.
Oh, okay. Yeah. About the Archbishop Isaac Idahosa peak. We're going to play a video for all of you to see. This is superpowers. I don't know what to make of it, honestly. I know, the general knowledge in Nigeria, or the sort of what we've been using for the last couple of years is, if you're a religious leader, you're not supposed to be involved in politics, especially like the mainstream churches, Catholics, Anglicans, and so forth. And it's interesting that the evangelicals and the Pentecostal have been very involved in politics, but Bakare, I think Orisha Jaffa and the others. So I'm surprised that he picked a religious leader. But am I surprised that he picked someone who's of the Pentecostal group? No. What is he going to add to the group? I quite honestly don't know. Ben Idahosa, if I'm correct, is from Edo State, right? So I guess Niger Delta, Southwest, leaning. Maybe that's what Kwankwaso is trying to get. Obviously, like everybody else, he always like everybody, all other candidates have done, and they sidetrack the Southeast. I don't know what his political calculation is, but it's quite interesting, the Ovie's submission. I don't know if Ben Idahosa still holds relevance like his predecessors. I think he had a predecessor before, an elder Idahosa, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know of this Idahosa.
It's not related. It's been said that
they are not related. I'm talking about Benson Idahosa.
Oh, they are not?
No, they are not related. They are just from the same state.
So I don't even know this one. So the fact that you guys are even mentioning it now, I don't know what relevance.
This is a new generation pastor.
New generation pastor. What is he going to offer? If you like, let him go and pick Odumeje. Do you think he's good?
So someone suggested that Odumeje would have been better option than.
No, honestly, I don't know what.
Look at that angle, but it got beaten by what's his name? By Soludo. It was beaten by Pop and Black. So we couldn't bear with that. So
So
anywhere you go, they're going to beat him. So we just free him.
In fact, the video of Odumeje being beaten at the back of his head will be played 24 hours round the clock.
So we don't want bad president who they beat anyhow.
all right.
All right.
I don't know
So,
what Ben in the house I will add. At the end of the day, I think the big mistake all of these candidates are making is they are not responding to the sensibilities of Nigerians, right? You know, for example, the Muslim ticket. Yes, it worked for 1993 for the likes of King Gibe and Abiola.
MKO.
Yes, but with the current situation, you know, Christians are being killed everywhere. Look at Southern Kaduna, the issue that we're having in Southern Kaduna. So for you to put forth a Muslim tickets and make the argument that you are focusing on merit, while you are part of the old cabal that has been destroying Nigeria is a joke. Because that's what when it doesn't suit you, you start trying to bring the religious part. Oh, let's be equitable and so forth. But when it doesn't align with your current ideology, you switch. So I was quite disappointed. But at the end of the day, one thing I'm happy about is I want the big parties to keep making mistakes, which are going to cost them in the election. So I'm happy that Tinubu picked Shetima. Now, there's been arguments about whether or not Shetima is sponsoring Boko Haram and all those things. I don't know about those conspiracies, so I wouldn't delve into it. But it's for someone that has that controversy surrounding them, I'm even surprised that Tinubu wants to go into that angle.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a lot of people joining us, and let's welcome them, and then we'll continue the conversation. Ejikeme, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Yeah, we do have you frequently now, so that's good. Solomon, welcome to the show. Spec.
Good morning, doctor.
Yeah, morning. What part of the world are you that is morning? Where are you?
Well, I'm in the US, in New York.
Okay, all right. I just want to know.
And it's when you wake up that is your own morning.
That's true. Spec, welcome to the show. Spec, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, where are you joining us from?
Yeah, calling from Bonny Island, Nigeria.
Oh, good. We will come back to you quickly because we want to hear from you. Zach, welcome to the show. Zaki, perfect gentleman. Where are you joining us from? You have to mute yourself, Zaki.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yeah. Tell
Yeah.
Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm joining from Stuttgart, Germany.
Germany. All right, good. All right, so let's go to Spec first because he's in Nigeria and it costs a lot of money to join this online platform. Spec, so what is going on around you today? And are you watching what happened in Osun State?
Yeah, so we are following up, and I think I have a friend that gives me information in some of the polling units. And from all outlook, seems to be the battle is more of APC and the PDP, and a little bit of Labour Party, more of APC and PDP. And but the good thing is that I think in terms of the levels of governorship and the other positions, it seems like Labour Party has not gotten it that strong. But in terms of presidency, which is the Peter Obi himself, it seems that that's where the whole influence and kind of popularity is for Labour Party as we speak. So I think it's a good thing that last time that Peter Obi came for the campaign, because the last one he was accused that he didn't come for the Ekiti State campaign, and gradually I think they are developing a kind of momentum. But amazing thing is that one of the things we have observed here is that some people who love Peter Obi or who are interested in voting for him because not because of Labour Party but for his individuality, we observe that they don't even know the logo of the Labour Party. As there was a time, I think a friend of mine was asking a lady, who do you want to vote for? He says Peter Obi. I said, do you know his party? He said APC. Okay. So these are some of the experts we need to, those who really want to see a change happen. So another thing again, I advise people from. I've seen people around this place who have started donating their houses and their places for the Labour Party to support this forthcoming election. But one other thing I will encourage for folks who want to see P2P become the president, that let the energy go towards P2P. Let them discuss lesser of the opposition, because records have shown most times the people you don't like and you talk about them much will become the people that will be in power, because energy seems to be going towards that direction. So I keep telling them, yes, you may not like Tinubu, yes, you may not like Atiku, but talk more of P2P and preach more of what you want to see him, what he has said has convinced you to preach to other people to want him to become the Nigerian president. But when you keep saying, oh, these other our leaders, start calling names, unconsciously to you, actually pulling down some energy in that direction. And the popularity is actually going towards that area, because most times people you don't like are the ones that will be in power. So the energy should be always on the right people we want to be in power, and talk less of those who don't even want them to be in power. That's my own personal advice I've actually given to the campaign groups that we have around this region. So for me, it's a change that is happening, but the truth is that from the north, Labour Party has not penetrated in the north. That's the truth. But even though that a lot of works are gradually happening, but in the core north, Labour Party has not really. It seems to was happening more in the southern region, but we hope that we have much improvement in that area. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, and it's always good to hear from people who may actually vote. Zaki, welcome to the show. Zaki, can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, good. Welcome. So what are you thinking about all these things going on in Nigeria?
Actually, as you know, I used to talk from the general perspective, basically we often do discuss politics from what we are seeing right now and how it should be. But we forgot something. We should be discussing politics and how Nigerians are seeing it presently on the ground. Last 2 weeks, or was it 2 weeks ago when I was on your show last time, this issue of Nigeria, religion, whatever, any person that tries to dismiss that is not a true Nigeria. Honestly, my brother, this is very, very important. Without religion, people's belief system, and diversified aspect of their life, we are going nowhere. Our problem is facing us face to face. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Do you remember that was 3 weeks ago? Then Ovie used to be on the show, which is Redem Ovie, not Village Athletics or something. We were discussing something about issue of religion, Christian, Muslim, whatever. So I was proposing then that issue of Muslim, Christian can never go, because we are forcing ourselves to coexist with the people we don't really know, and they are also trying to coexist with us as well from their own aspect. And APC did something last week by choosing Shetima from Borno State. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Doctor?
Yeah.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right.
We're listening.
Hello?
Zaki.
Let me prophesize.
Can you hear me?
On your mic. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Please let us be very, very sincere to ourselves. I heard someone saying that Mr. P2B doesn't even have the chance of winning. Yeah, he is very, very free to say his mind. But for me, I will advise all Nigerians to give this man a chance. He has the vision, he has the energy, and he has the potentials. And he has also participated in many things, abroad, within Nigeria, and otherwise. Then he is being left with people, Tinubu, Atiku, with Kwankwaso. Among these three, four front forerunners now, who is the most competent? From your own, tell yourself the truth. I don't know about you, but for me, I will say it is still this Mr. Peter Obi.
All right, Zach, hold on.
Then
we'll come back to you. Let me welcome Solomon. Solomon, welcome to the show.
Sorry, Solomon, are you related to Johnson Suleiman? our other pastor from Awuchi. You look like him anyway. Younger version.
Solomon, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself, Solomon? Oh, okay. Solomon, can you unmute yourself?
I think there's a problem with Solomon. I can't even unmute him.
Yeah, I cannot too. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's go to Ejikeme until he figures it out. Ejikeme, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Now, let me narrow this down. There are people who are saying that, ultimately, if the country is working out well, we don't have to worry about whether you have a Muslim on a ticket. But that part of what they were expecting is, before we think we've gotten to that point, we should be able to say that if you take an exam in Nigeria, common entrance exam, people should be allowed to get into colleges on merit. There shouldn't be room for people from one part of the state. That until we get there, we shouldn't dismiss the concern of different groups, whether it's religious groups or different ethnic groups in political calculations. What do you think?
Of course, it's intellectual dishonesty. I mean, like rank bold-faced intellectual dishonesty for anyone in Nigeria to make that argument that merit, when everything we've ever done in Nigeria is to actually go against merit. We go out of our way, right, to vote out the guy. You see, Nigeria has an anti-smart mentality. If you're smart, they want to show you, okay, you think so you get sense, eh? Okay, we'll show you. And that's Nigerian attitude towards someone who is smart. And that's why we have educational disadvantaged states and educational advantaged states. I don't know who endowed anyone with any advantage or disadvantage, and how do you overcome it? So and it always comes from the part of the country that loves to benefit from being the educationally disadvantaged state. They don't shout merit, and you can understand from their point of view if they make that argument for, okay, we are educationally disadvantaged, but then to turn it on its head to say, okay, we are the ones who merit to take this position at the national level because religion doesn't matter. It is only merit. If it's only merit, then of course merit should go across board. It should start from primary school, entrance to unity schools. Let's all federal government positions. That's why we have federal character. So that merit actually is a very weak argument, and you see that it's rank dishonesty, if I'm to say. So it doesn't even come in Nigeria. And then they say, okay, if everything is working fine, that we shouldn't be talking about Muslim tickets. Yes, of course, but everything is not working fine in Nigeria. Why don't we wait until we get our country to a point where you come from doesn't matter, your religion doesn't matter? Because we know in Nigeria that most of the things you get is because you know someone. And if you have Muslims in positions of authority, then most of the people who are around them in their sphere of influence are going to be Muslim, and they're going to dispense their influence to those people. That's why people are angling to have someone from their place. Why are Delta people excited about Okowa or some people from the area? Because they know that they're going to get some benefit trickle down to them because it is their man there. They're not thinking of national interest. So when it comes to Muslim ticket, you find that all those little small influence here and there that cascade down to people around you, they're probably going to get to people who attend the same mosque with him. He doesn't go to a church, so he's not going to go to a church member, which is going to be a Christian. So these things are realities on the ground in Nigeria. If we run a country basically on merit, where I can walk to a local authority. Like in the UK now, I work for a local authority. It's not even the local government where I live. I have to go drive through 2 local governments to go to work. You see, I live in Swindon, but I work for Hampshire County Council. So I don't have to be from Hampshire to work for Hampshire County Council. So if we live in a country where I don't have to come from Sokoto to get a job in Sokoto Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, then fine. But you have to be an indigene of certain places. Things have to accrue to you based, again, okay, when we talk educationally disadvantaged states, I'm from Anambra, if I was raised in Kaduna State, I'm not going to benefit from that educationally disadvantaged. But a Kano man who was raised in Onitsha would, even though he grew up in a so-called educationally advantaged area. You see, there's a similar thing in the UK. In Scotland, if you're from Scotland, you do not pay for your prescription. If they prescribe a medicine for you, you go to a pharmacy, you get it free, right? If you're in England, you pay. But if you're an Englishman who lives in Scotland, you don't pay. If you're a Scottish man that lives in England, you pay because that's what obtains there. But Nigeria is going to switch it upside down and say, okay, because it's a Scottish government's benefit, then all Scottish people should get that. You know, and if you're English, if you're living in Scotland, you can't get it. That's the kind of skewed argument and system we have. And then we come up with this thing of merit. No, Nigeria hasn't got to that point yet where things are going to be dispensed strictly on merit and is not a fair and open society.
All right, thank you, Ejikeme. Thank you so much. We have, let me just say this. I saw forefathers. Let me just say this, and that's a testament to what we do here. I was in a meeting somewhere, very, very surprised that someone I did not expect was quoting forefathers. I was shocked that he watched forefathers on this show, and what he said on the show. I will tell you, this is somewhere I did not expect this, what we're doing here, to reach. So I said that just to point out that what we say here is very important. It gets to people in high places, and we should always be know that, you know, be professional, and also know that it is reaching to a lot of people. So I appreciate your time. I don't want you to think that it's a waste of time. Having said that, let's see if we can hear Solomon this time. Solomon, welcome to the show again. Can try to speak to us. Let's see if we can hear you.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, everyone.
Good. Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
The issue of the Nigerian politics at this time, whereby people are saying APC has gone for Muslim ticket and all of that. I really wish and pray that there will be that Nigeria will be able to elect Peter Obi, coming from his own ideas and everything. But the true position on ground, I don't see with what is going on and why Tinubu went for Muslim ticket. I don't see a Peter Obi emerging as the president. And these are my reasons. In 2015, the people that went for Buhari, he was always winning his northern votes, 12 million, the way they say. But he needed the southern votes. And if you look at what is happening now, you'll see that we have a religious sentiment and ethnic sentiment. And the youths in Nigeria have not usually been part of the electoral processes. But because of the poverty in the land and the difficulty, people are not in school and all of that, a lot of the youths are now interested. And people always believe that the presidency is the most important electoral position in Nigeria or in some other countries. If you look at the Labour Party, How many House of Representative candidates do they have? How many senatorial candidates do they have? How many House of Assembly and governors do they have coming from Labour Party? And those things are very important. Those that will help Peter Obi to make laws. If he becomes president, those who will help him to make laws to cut cost of governance, to help him do a lot of things. They are still in PDP and APC. And you want a president out of Peter Obi when I don't think there is anything going on for Labour Party in the northern part of Nigeria. And most of the guys you see in Lagos and some other part of the country shouting Peter Obi today. I give you how many months to the election? These are the guys you will see looking for their girlfriends, playing football on the streets, doing vote buying. You see a lot of people at the Osun campaign. You see a lot of people for the APC. You see the same set of people for the APC, PDP campaign and APC. It's the same set of people. They will collect money from these people and still go and vote. I really wish Peter Obi would at least come in and at least we have a new person different from these usual people that we have always known. But I will say that the people from the East should think twice, so that what happened in 2015 where there was nobody from number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 who is from the East at the ends of our affair, and they were shouting, they didn't put us, they neglected us, they marginalized us, when you did not work for APC. Because we are going that lane again. You are going to put all your eggs in one basket again. And at the end of the day, if either PDP or APC wins, then you say that they scheme us out in the arrangement of things. We are not anywhere. You won't be anywhere. Because if you go to Peter Obi and at the end of the day he didn't win, you won't be anywhere.
Okay, Solomon, thank you.
That's my contribution.
I don't think the citizenship of Easterners in Nigeria has been revoked because they did not vote for Buhari. And I think the Easterners have been doing quite fine, honestly. And we can beat our chest and say we did not participate in foisting that calamity on Nigerians. And that's a very good moral ground. It gives me joy. Now, the argument of putting all the Eastern eggs in one basket, it comes from people who don't have a good sense of history. If you go back to the 60s, and I don't want this to become an East versus West issue. The Western region was not at the center. That's the bulk of the Western region, even though you had the TOS Bensons and the Zik associates who were in the coalition government, who were ministers. But it doesn't mean they were nowhere. They were somewhere. In 1979, UPN did not win power at the center. It didn't mean development did not happen in Western region. Abiola was in MPN, and there were members like Adisa Akinloye. Those were heavyweights from the West that were part of the national government. It didn't mean they were nowhere. When Buhari won in 2005, there were still Igbos as ministers. Ngige was there. So the fact you see.
That one is constitutional.
Yeah,
there has to be minister from the East. It is constitutional. From each state, there must be ministers. That one, he has to do it. He doesn't have a choice.
We're fine. We're not starving. We're still Nigerians. They didn't revoke our citizenship. I wonder. I'm just wondering why I shouldn't vote my conviction, vote out of fear of not having someone as the Senate president when it's calamity. It's again.
Okay.
Can I help you out with a comment?
Okay, Dr. Dominic. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the biggest mistake that people make, because Nigeria doesn't teach history, is always equating marginalization of the East, Southeast, with whether or not we are represented in politics of the current party. There's always marginalization after the Biafran War, and there was no reconstruction. People should, if you visit, You know, one thing that pains me is Youth Corps is supposed to bring Nigerians together so that people from the West and the North and different parts of Nigeria that can come to the Southeast and actually see what is obtainable there, learn history, and understand when people talk about marginalization in the Southeast, what it means. It has nothing to do with whether or not we are represented in national politics. Even when we've had even when we've had Southeasterners in major in incumbent political parties, we still have not had development because those people went there for their personal pockets. So don't equate whether or not we are involved in the politics of the major party with whether or not there is marginalization. It is belittling that argument.
All right. Let's I will continue.
I just want to say something. Can I say something, please?
Is that Spec?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So currently, what is actually selling P2B is not based on ethnicity, and that's the truth. You have seen, I think there is a fund, there is a particular account they opened that you see the hardworking Nigerians from different tribes contributing to his campaign right now. Is it Aisha Yusuf is championing some movement for him too in terms of some contributions that is going on to support this P2B's movement. And even from the western side, the Afenifere themselves have actually given their own backing to support P2B. They said they don't want Tinubu, that Tinubu has nothing to offer. He's going to still continue what his name, our current president is actually doing right now.
Well,
and they also discredited Atiku, saying Atiku will also pay the same way, that only who they can actually trust from what they are seeing. The Afenifere of the West is P2B. Going to the North, the Northern Elders Forum, the man there also said the same thing, of which one of the, is it Kashim, was even making a comment about it and was saying that why is he trying to support the East? So he's trying to drive that message. So is this, at this stage, Nigeria, the man that is hungry, he doesn't care whether he's a Muslim or he's a Christian. The man that is hungry doesn't care whether he's from the East or he's from the West. So what is driving P2B's the P2B's movement now is not based on religion, it's not based on ethnicity, and that is what is happening. So saying that, oh, this period that maybe the Eastern people were supporting, we are not supporting anyone, and that's why they are where they are, I think is wrong. Because if you look at from the history, since this republic we found ourselves in 1999, you can see from the Southeast, all their votes have been going towards the PDP. But today, did the PDP even future even the advice from the Southeast? No. So what is this? The politicians bring this ethnicity and religion to divert our attention from the core issues we should be discussing, which is who is going to make this country better than what it is? Who is going to save this country that, according to P2B, say Nigeria is in coma? All right. So I think that is where the discussion should be. And that is where, because just as one of the commentators said, P2B cannot become a president just from the Southeast or the South vote. He also needs from region. And that's what is actually. So the emphasis should be on competence and not so much of ethnicity and religion.
Spec, thank you so much. Let's hear from Godfathers. I know Forefathers, sorry. I know we have not heard from him. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I will try to be more polite today. I don't want to disrespect people. About this, not a Muslim thing, and people are complaining. I feel like cans should be, worrying about what they are doing with your people in the South, because something is wrong when a man starts crying foul. He just shows weakness, and because when you look at the ledger, what I saw within the country, you see a disproportionate high birth rate in the North and a disproportionately lower birth rate in the South. And that is a problem. And I don't think it's the problem of the North. It's the South that is creating this demographic change that is happening, because we are busy copycatting the West, not looking at what is going on around us. And from my calculations, in 50 years' time, which is actually closer to us than our independence, the North will have 70% of the population of that country. And nobody is bothering to say, why are we not making arrangements for this? Because I just gathered that in the North, they pay them for just basically staying at home and doing stuff. They have some kind of welfare system. So young men can just afford to get married and have as many children as possible. I've seen men barely 20 already have planning for the second wife, not to mention the first one. So while the South, they want to be up to 30 something before they even consider having children today. And they are very, very eager to start divorcing themselves and causing all kinds of problems. And consequences, you have to face consequences when it comes. And our leaders in the South, I don't know what is wrong with them. I really don't. They do things and they don't bother to like ask themselves, what is going on here? We are busy copying those people. Why they not? Is not doing it. They are practicing Sharia. They are practicing polygamy. They are marrying 3 wives, 4 wives, having many children, and the policies they are pursuing there is favoring that situation.
Okay,
Why
hold
would
on.
they
Forefathers, hold on. I don't like to interrupt you, but I know you usually come here with military-industrial complex, but now you are bringing a new thing that what do you think? Do you think it's a good thing for the South? So we're talking about a population of 200 million, Nigeria, and Nigeria is about the size of Texas. Do you think it's a good thing, for the South to join? Let's say what you're saying is right about the North and the marriage and the kids, to join this process of producing kids that they can't take care of.
It's up to the South or the government to decide what policy they want to pursue. But right now, it is lopsided and it's a problem. It's a time bomb in time. I don't understand how people don't even have.
So, but what is the solution to join in?
Sorry, let me stop them. You join them. If you cannot stop them, you join them.
Yeah. Okay, Ovia, react to that. Yeah, because forefathers is bringing something.
What forefather is actually saying, says something that instead of us to pay attention to what is happening around us in Nigeria, we are busy following the West. That is the key point there, and that's our biggest problem. We want Black Oyibo, and Oyibo lifestyle is declining rapidly. Instead of us to come and sit down and look around us, what are we doing wrong, and face our issues squarely. Mbano, no good they speak grammar, they go. So it's a game. That's exactly the point I'm taking away from what my father is trying to say, apart from the bets that he's talking about. But let's pay attention to home. We are Nigerians. Forget this Western way of lifestyle. It not go favor us. We cannot win with that. We are Nigerians. We are African. Let's face it and develop our own way and tackle this is squarely. But employing the way of Western education, Western all this brother.
Okay, hold on. Everybody wants to join now. Let's hear from Ijoma first, and then we'll come back. I'll come to you, Dominic. Ijoma, go ahead.
Anyway, I don't have much to say today, but Ovia, last time I get to one-on-one with you, but today is not the case. I really appreciate, it seems that Ovia is coming gradually to be obedient. That's what it's showing now. That's why I tuned in. I was just very quietly listening, everyone contributing. But I just want to make a contribution to Ovia Direct. I don't want to write it on test because I see an improvement. Very good of you. Don't wait until the structure of Kwankwaso fall apart. You better be now obedient and useful. In this aspect, I'm going to say bye-bye. Let me be on the back seat and be watching the whole thing.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dominic, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll come back to you, forefathers. I want people to react so you can respond. Dominic, go ahead.
So you can pass me. I'm in the hospital and there's a code blue.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, forefathers. So go back. Explain more. Ovia tried to help you. Explain to people who are watching why you think if the population is increasing in the North, and we know that they can't handle most of these kids, and that's part of the problem we have there with insecurity, that the solution is for the South to also multiply to catch up. Okay, go ahead, Dominic. I think the code blue has changed.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, they have a stronger internet, so
okay.
You guys keep yabbing me because my computer cuts off every once in a while when I'm on the show. I think for people that didn't notice the contradiction in what he said, you're saying that we are paying attention to what the West are doing. I'm assuming you mean the Southerners, and so we are following some of their life practices, lower birth rates, having fewer kids, and all those things. And then you mentioned the North, and you talked about the programs that encourage them to have many kids. You also mentioned the fact that they practice polygamy. So look at it this way. The South are mostly majority Christians, obviously not counting the Yoruba part that has Muslims. So guess what? It's only natural that as you go from the traditional religion to becoming more Christian, there's going to be less, there's going to be more monogamy, right? Guess what? So you're going to have what? 5, 6, 7 kids. Even for one person to have 7 kids is a lot, right? And then you're comparing that to the North, where one man can marry 5, 6 wives and even marry a kid who is 12 or 13, which is part of the issue that we've been protesting against. And they're having all these kids, and you are lumping it to the West. I think we have this mindset sometimes of any little thing, we try to blame the West or try to say that people are following the mindset of the West. The simple issue is this: there's polygamy up there in the North, and this is something that is part of their lifestyle, right? They're going to have lots of kids. You see the Amajiri problem that we have. Is it better to go and be having kids everywhere? Kids are in poverty. Most of them are dying. Some of them, well, I'm not saying this to disparage people or not. Some of these kids end up joining Boko Haram, and you're using that as a yardstick to compare to the South. Come on.
That's interesting. It's funny. You accuse me of contradiction, and you just contradicted yourself too. The point is that when you said that because we are practicing this in Christian religion and practicing monogamy, and then I'm lumping you with the North. What does that mean? It's the fact of reality. I have to lump you with the North because you are in the same country as the North. And it's a democratic system, and it's a game of numbers. And they just selected a Muslim ticket, and people are complaining. I can tell you right now, we might as well just start practicing facing Mecca 5 days a week, because 5 times a day, because sooner or later that's what's going to be happening. When you have a lopsided this thing, you just said the North is practicing polygamy. So is that Western? They are not following Western. Damaging us.
Muslims in the North. That's what I said.
Yes, the Muslims in the North is affecting the South. Just because it's saying they are poor, we are also poor in the South. Maybe what they've realized that we're already screwed, we are poor, let's just have more numbers than you. And sooner or later in time, that will count for something. Don't pretend, if we pretend as if it doesn't count for anything, it does. Those children they're having, they are not robots. They are some of the most, human beings are the most advanced creation that we know of in this universe. They are having those children right now, while the South is busy doing my degree. By the time you finish with that degree, you have to have a strategy that you're going to use to deal with a situation whereby the demographic shift is happening. And you have to understand, demographic shift don't normally happen peacefully. We are creating a kind of instability in the system like that. Sooner or later, when they have 60, 45%, and this is 55%, 60% of the population, they will start exerting themselves even more. And we in the South have to have policies to balance it out, because we like to call them, for me, they are my brothers. At this rate, I would want to even get married to one of them. So they are my brothers. I see them as black people, and we're all basically the same people. But the South, when we keep complaining in terms of religion, we have to understand that it's our own actions that is weakening us even further. If you don't want them to be growing in population, if you want to be, then do something to slow them down, or you catch up. It's one way or the other. You either slow them down, or you catch up, or you make your peace with it. It's just that simple.
I think it's the mundane arguments. The North has always had polygamy. They've always had a high birth rate, and we are talking about it as if it is something new, that is something planned and sinister that is happening currently. It has always been
Dominic, in 50 years, you are going to know whether it's sinister or not. In 50 years, by the numbers, you're going to know whether it's sinister or not. When they have 70% of the population.
The only difference is that the South were mostly Christianized, and obviously, eventually, over many decades, subscribing to Christianity, people became less polygamous. So you're talking about it as if
this is the kind of thinking where they just told you something, instead of you to be saying, "Oh, what is it? Is this really real?" And maybe there's something we can do to mitigate it. You're busy criticizing the peripheral of the argument. What are you going to do to confront this challenge that is facing you?
I'm not saying it is not real, but you're talking about it as if, what is your main point? The main point is that because the North has a higher population, eventually they'll be able to have a a stronghold on the politics of Nigeria, such that whatever comes, once they vote, they always have the say. That is the point.
Dominic,
that's what's
Dominic,
going to happen.
Dominic,
And the
sorry,
South,
forefather.
I think the South should respond. So, go ahead.
Sorry, forefather. Let me clarify something. Yeah.
Start having more kids. Isn't that a mundane argument? So
why is it a mundane argument? The West, they are looking to have more children. What is goodness? Okay, go ahead.
Let me help you out. Dominic, in every nation, ownership of the nation belongs to the part that has the land and the population.
I get it.
And if the core complex, the core government journal is finished, and that's exactly what is happening. The North has the land, the population, and they have the government. So everything where you do is under there. That's the reality. Anywhere you go.
You don't have to explain to me. What forefathers is pretty much saying as a solution is the South should respond by having more kids. I'm saying that is that is mundane.
No, he provides three solutions.
What is your plan then?
He provides three solutions. He says slow them down, meet up with them, or find a way. He says something. And
instead
that
of thinking of better ways of establishing a political power, you are thinking of something as mundane as the South should respond.
Who do you want to slow down? You want to slow down? You want to slow down a group of people that have the idea that they can propagate, they can procreate anyhow.
You need the numbers to get power. You need the numbers to get power. Without numbers, you can't get power.
Fathers, are you saying the South should join the North in competition of procreation, or so that we can slow them down? How do you slow them down? Is there a law in Nigeria? Is there a law in Nigeria that says that this is the number of child or children a family can have?
Exactly.
If they not decide to continue to have more children, do you think there is anything we can do without without a legislation in place?
Like I said,
and in a country like Nigeria, where the North practice, most of the states in the North, they have a Sharia law, and they tell you that their law says that they can even the Catholic in the South, they don't use contraceptives, and they don't they give birth to how many whatever number of children they want to have. So that aspect, you can't say that because you want to slow them down or you want to overtake them, then the South should join in that type of enterprise.
Exactly. You have chosen one path. You can decide not to slow them down, and you can decide not to join them, but you can also decide to plan for it. And part of that plan will be you are going to be a minority, or you practice facing Mecca 5 times a day.
What is your fear? There will always be minority.
Then it shouldn't trigger you. Then it shouldn't trigger you because it's just three options you've got.
The same fear you are having is the fear that is happening in America today. Everything happening in America today about abortion,
why are we complaining about Muslim tickets? Why are we complaining?
Most of it is all about some people thinking that these minorities come together, they determine who is going to be the leader. Very soon, by 2030,
you are speaking the reality on ground. They know
by 2030, the blacks, the Latinos, and all the other minorities put together, they will outnumber the whites, and that is what somebody like Donald Trump was spreading.
Yes.
So you don't say that because you want to slow some people down or because you want to overtake them, then you have to. There is no law in Nigeria that says that you cannot have whatever number of children. Children, Abiola have over 40 children, and he was a Southerner. He was a Southerner.
Your plan is to be minority.
My maternal grandfather has over 30 children, and he was a Southerner.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
Ovi, I'm not missing the point.
Hold on, Dominic. CM, welcome to the show. I like to make it look like. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Sometimes we go. I like forefathers and the angle he brought in, but we need to also make sure that everybody's involved in that conversation. Let me reframe this. CM, let's I want you to weigh in on what forefathers said. I'm not taking it that it's not important. He thinks that we are all concerned about the population of Nigeria, and it continues to increase. And he thinks that most of the increase is coming from the north. What do you think should be the response to that? Because it will have implications. One of the things we are seeing in Nigeria is that because of the environmental situation in the north, a lot of people are moving down south. It's happening, and Southerners they are not prepared for that. The land is not even there for people to share. So the conflict is going to keep increasing. In some ways, when we hear that this Fulani conflict with farmers, that's what's going on. It's going to be worse as we go along. So, what is your take on that? Forget about the political angle. I mean, angle to that.
Usually, when you have a higher population and you give them the necessary education and skill, that will better your HDI, Human Development Index. That is when you count them as an asset to any nation. But when you rear them the way they do in the north, I use the word rear because there's a book I bought one time at BUK library, said child rearing in northern Nigeria. So when you give birth to children that you can't look after, you may not even know all of them and they will illustrate this. That becomes a problem. The problem Nigeria is facing today, apart from when they say we have the highest number of out of school children, we have the all this and all that P2B is propounding, it's essentially because of the north. If Nigeria should start from Benue State down to the Atlantic, I don't think we will find ourselves close to the bottom of every every index of measurement in human advancement. So I do not see why. Or let me put this across first. There's a chap called Alhaji Al Hassan Ado Doguwa. I think he's the leader of the majority leader in the House of Reps. I
Yes,
remember
the
the day.
majority, yes, from Kano State.
Yes, from Kano State. That's Doguwa local government in the southern part of Kano. I remember the day out of, I don't know whether it's just to be brash or just to, those braggadocio. He want to show that he's a man that can perform. He paraded his 4 wives and they were sitting at the rear end of the distance showing them. I think from what I could see, one of them, at least one, was pregnant then. He said, these 4 women have given me 26 children and counting. Counting means some are on the way. He was telling Femi Gbajabiamila that when they call me strong man, it's not because I'm strong in the chamber here. I'm also strong in extracurricular activity, unquote, So when he was trying to use it to tease Femi said, look, I have to tell you. He said, no, don't say it. He said, no, I will say it. And then Femi Nan said, that same Adodogua told him that there was a day in Kano, in his house, or maybe in his Dogua constituency or somewhere, his village or anywhere it is, said it was getting dark and the kids are gathered outside playing, still playing. He came out to tell them, why not go home, wanting to disperse them. All of you should go home. You can converge again tomorrow and continue with what you are doing. So he saw some kids going in different directions, waving bye to each other. Some were entering his house. He was telling them, no, go. Tomorrow you can come back. Not knowing that they are his kids. You see, the thing about this thing is that, so I do not see why somebody should be encouraging such things. Okay, if it's encouraging the South to follow suit, to balance things up so that in the North they have more kids, which means more PVC, because that's what it's ending to, more PVC. And then in the South, you people are maybe a household will only bring father, mother, maybe 2 children or 3, 6 PVCs. Over in the North, somebody may have 21 from a particular household. So what we are saying here is that they are more of a problem to the country. So if there should be, let me call it something like reproachment or something, to appeal to them, to slow down, that what the kids you are bringing out, you don't care for them. They are a burden to the state, a burden to you, and they're burden down to us. Somebody mentioned the issue of being an easy target where you can swamp that feeds terrorism. Of course, that is true. We all know this. If you are having 4, you rarely will allow any of them to go astray. You must have chosen some profession or what they will do for them and then put them through. That is how a society should be. But whereby you give birth to, see, I did my youth service in Kano State, whereby you give birth to children in the morning, one shirt, one tata trouser, that's what they be carrying plate all over Kano, look, begging for food. Of what use? Don't you have conscience? Of what use are those people? Now, before people tie it to Islamic religion, an average person, I have a doctor friend working in Saudi Arabia. He said an average Saudi family marries one wife and maybe fewer children. Saudi, which is the center of Islamic religion, marries one wife. Yet in our own case, a shoe shiner, your megad, your gate man, maybe in Sule or somewhere, is having 2 up north. Every day he go out 3. And then where does he get the money from? The cigarette kiosk and all these things. So what really are we talking about? Are we planning to move forward? Are we planning to move backwards? Maybe having too many kids, particularly for a country like Nigeria, is not helpful. It hasn't helped us. That's why Boko Haram can easily recruit. That's why you can easily get people, give them money to go and rig election, do all these things. You get all the things you want. In the north, they don't care for them. They don't train them. When I say copper, I keep saying it. The then Emir of Kano, Ado Bayero, the cousin or the brother, Dalhatu Bayero, who studied chemical engineering at California Institute of Technology, was the group managing director of NMPC. As a copper, we said, let us organize mass literacy campaign for them. Come and see hundreds of youths, no education. They told us that that the emir has instructed them that learning English or all these things, Western education is not the date. Let them go and learn Arabic. That is what matters. English is the language of Zionism, the language of Israel and the America to oppress. Why the junior brother is a chemical engineer heading NMPC, and you know what that means? Even Ado Bayero was the first Nigerian ambassador to Senegal. Is he an illiterate before he was made ambassador? So you see, the way they manipulate them in the north, we can't even, it's not good to even recommend it for us to have many kids just to to close the gap. I don't think that way. Rather, what I will suggest as a solution is this idea that we run, because if you say it's a confederal, they will say Aburi again. If you say it's what is it called, devolution or restructuring, some will say you want to break up Nigeria. There should be an arrangement whereby we should not depend on the center, such that if some areas of Nigeria, different nations in Nigeria, we have what they call a great percentage of autonomy. You can control your system, control your area, and then pay tax to the center or something like that, such that you look after yourself. We can implement state police or the type of security system we want in our area. You have your own. In the end, we only united with maybe immigration, defense, foreign policy, and monetary system. So living the way we are living and telling me that I should encourage my people to be marrying two or three wives, and then somebody in the north is having 15. So why can't I have 11? It doesn't help. The resources to make them human, for them to belong to HDI, is not there. Education in Nigeria is very poor, and we all know it. So what is the north? What advantage are they gaining than the south, than they control the economy? In the end, they impoverish themselves and they impoverish us. Politically, they want to be in charge. And when they are in charge, what to show for it? The president, they say, cannot go back to Kasena, his own state. If the president cannot go to Kasena, is it me from Anambra that we then venture into Kasena? So what is the point? Until they prove to me that higher population, you have here an advantage over me in terms of human development and advancement, they can copy you. But without that, you come and depend on me to feed you. You beg. Your children come with a trailer down to Onisha, Dangote trailer free of charge, to come and be begging all over and then be fetching water for people. Is that why you brought them to the world? Later you say you give them PVC to make sure that one of them is in power. In the end, the situation is not getting better. Apart from the one or two things we see in the south, insecurities is essentially a northern affair. Look at, since Boko Haram has been tormenting the northeast, an area the size of Belgium. Can you imagine that type of thing? Then they call it bandit, and look at what is happening in Sokoto and Zamfara. Even Niger State, they said the governor, Sani Bello, said they wanted the, what is it called, Boko Haram flag. These are black flag and the Arabic inscription. Somewhere there. These are news. It hasn't come to Imo State like that. It's not in Ogun State. It's not in Oyo State. It's not in Rivers or Bayelsa. So what really are we copying? These are just frustrated youths in the north, taking to Boko Haram and then causing mayhem. Even their leader, those that are, you see that they are the people creating all these things, they are afraid of going home. So we should not, in final, to finish off, we should not even copy them at all. Rather, we find a way to discourage them, that is the real source of their problem. You don't have kids you can't take care of in this modern world. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And forefathers, thank you for bringing this angle to the conversation. Let's hear from a few people who just joined us. And some of them have not seen them on the show before, and some of them have supported us today. So let's bring the jewel of Nashville. I like Nashville. I've never been there. It's amazing. Okay, hi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Toki. Dr. Damages. Now, wow.
Yes.
It's like I'm talking to Jay-Z or it's like I'm talking to Jay-Z. But I've been following your show for the past, I don't know. Anyway, whenever.
Okay, I think he's moving and he's frozen. Let's let me see if someone else is here to talk to us. Okay, go ahead. Okay, he's back. Okay, Joel.
To conscientize the people of Nigeria. I don't know where the talking point is at today, but I just have to be plain. It is really a mess. I'm going to just pick a point about the Muslim tickets. We've been talking a lot about how monolithic the North is. I was born in Kano State. And I will tell you for sure, I left Kano State 1989. And the reason why we left Kano State then was the Manchester thing going on, so the Kano riots. And since then, I realized that the difference between me and an Amajiri is my parents. My parents, nothing else. If my parents were like an Efulefu, probably today I could be an Amajiri. Those Amajiris are human beings like you and I. The difference is that they did not have that opportunity. And the thing there is that, like I said in another show, another forum, the sooner we start thinking about the Amajiris, the better. I don't know how we're going to do it. If we have to take that system away from the government, because what happens is this, with what Jonathan did with the Amajiri system, when Buhari came in, he took that all away because they know that is their source of power. So it is the same thing that we suffer in the South. It is between the elite and the citizens. The northern elite would not want the Amajiri to be educated, because he knows that if the Amajiri is educated, then tomorrow you will not call him. I wish many of you have been to the north and you see how this thing happens. You see that they come to your gate and stand at the gate, they stand in line. Then he comes in from Abuja and he starts giving them little things that he wants to give them, food and all that, and they go. What does that mean? They're giving them fish. Tomorrow they'll still come back for fish. None of them has been able to tell them, hey, let me teach you how to fish. So Tinubu's excuse about having a northern ticket is inexcusable. He's a man I like. I have a soft spot for Tinubu. I was in because when we moved from Lagos State, from Kano, we moved to Lagos State. And I was in Lagos State during the 8 years of Tinubu. I knew what he did. But when I see people talking today about Lagos State and the 51 billion naira being generated as IGR, and you go to Lagos State and you see what is happening in Lagos State, and you think that's the city, shame on you. We have so lowered our standard that we don't know what standard is. People go to Lagos and say, oh, Eko ni budget. Eko ni budget don't budget things. It don't budget what is good in Lagos. Is it pipe-borne water? Is it the housing? Is it the road? So we don't have any standard in Nigeria. You go to Port Harcourt, I say, oh, we can building bridge. Bridge is a sign of a city that is not planned. That is what it is. If you plan your city, because the way they plan, sometimes when I move around in our roads in Nigeria, I say, how, you have lands here, How could we have made this road so small? So it means that the people, our forefathers, did not know that we are going to even drive cars. They thought it was only them that would drive on that road. We have to start telling ourselves the truth. Being Muslim, being a Christian does not help the issue.
Wow, thank you.
Tinubu, go ahead.
Go ahead. I thought you froze again. Finish up your thoughts, and then we go to
yeah. So Tinubu picking a Muslim candidate is a slap on the face of Christians. If you are a Christian, I do not care. Push your tribal sentiment apart. Solve this problem, because what we are having in Nigeria today is a religious war. It's a subtle religious war. It is happening in all those churches. If you go to the north, go to all those places that have those farmlands. They have been destroyed. We have to start telling ourselves the truth. Religion is on the ballot. Before it was only poverty. Now religion is on the ballot. I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Jamejis. And just to say hi to my friend Ovie. Ovie, I told you, you've changed from Kwankwaso to Nigerian women. You've been posting this picture behind you. Leave them and come and join us. They're talking to Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso went and picked an Idahosa. And you say these guys are smart. And sometimes I don't know. Tinubu is a strategist. He went to Kanuri in Bono. Atiku is a strategist. He knew that his brother just finished 8 years. And he wants to come back and do what? To look for his father? No. The only person that ticks all the dots is Peter Obi. Let us support Peter Obi. Thank you very, very much.
Alhaji Joel, we'll meet for Asurok 2023. Don't worry, you'll be invited. But let me make my last submission and leave, Dr. Damages. Three things I think when we analyze, we keep forgetting. In Nigeria in particular, the kind of system we practice is winner takes it all. Once you are a president of that country, you have the monopoly of everything, including violence. That the Southerners never understand. How do you win before you take it all? You need numbers. Either the numbers of people that are allowed to participate, I use that word deliberately, allowed to participate, or the number of people that have voted. And my third point is that, and that the Northern understand that informed this their number of birth rate and all that, because that's the only way, and they have the land at their disposal. Where Dr. Damage, you make one point that I'd like to correct. There are more Southerners living in the North as we speak today than the other way around. Even as you say poverty food there, we see the wrong go there. So there's a reason why these people remain the way they are and they keep multiplying. Power is very important everywhere you go. Somebody was trying to draw the analogy of the American, the last law with them passed. We know how many systems in place in America just to keep the population of the black people down? The obvious one, go check their jails, you go understand. Not be only by birth. So there's a reason why people they boost their population, because power is very important. Everything when you think you will implement, if you don't get that power, it's useless. Just like Obi is practicing manufacturing, blah blah. If you don't win, guess what? Useless. Just policy or whatever are useless. So the focus should be win first. Whatever you do with the power, that's your priority. Nobody cares. But you have to win first before you can do anything you want to do. Those people understand it. And I think that's what Fafara is trying to say. We need to understand how to get that power first before you can bring everything you think you know to book. If not, it don't go work. So winner takes it all. And you need numbers to get that winning. On that note, Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Ovie. Thank you. Joel. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all the contributions. I'm still trying to play that Idahosa video, which I will in a short while. It's important that we see it. Let's shake your head. It's important that we see it, and because we need to always appreciate what we are doing and what it means to the nation. But we have to round up. We are approaching 4 hours of this show. I know. Dominic, what is your start rounding up? What is your we can't see the results. I mean, the results are coming in and it's very tight. I can't tell you who is leading even at this point because so in some polling booths we see that is the party PDP, the other ones are APC. So we're seeing this and we'll probably on Wednesday we analyze what happened. Money is a factor in the based on all the reports I'm looking at. People got money. Some people said they didn't impact their voting. But that's something to think about as we move to the next election, which will be the main one. How will money impact the outcome? Anyway, so Dr. Dominic, over to you.
You want us to round up?
No. Yeah, say have your say.
Okolala, I don't know whether he has said anything since. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Ikolala.
Ikolala. Okay, he was here with us before.
He's doing this strategy, jumps out.
He comes in, yeah. Go ahead. If you have something to say, go ahead.
No, I'm hello, forefathers. Quite a long time. I haven't seen you. Yeah, it's I didn't understand what is being said about population, but these things are intertwined. But I still believe our problem in that country is just downright leadership. Because if everything needs to be planned, even population, I mean, we could see in some cities now, we can't even get bungalows. It's all high rises. It's for a reason. And while they are doing that, so as to give their population a better means of living, And when we come down to leadership, it is not if the civil groups were doing their jobs perfectly. We've said this before. Our people need to be enlightened, make them understand that there's a better way from the way they live. Because if we don't do this, I mean, it has been proved. It has been proved that marrying so many wives actually brings conflict in a society. Because the man that does not have any wife, because I mean, you can only have a number of women. So a man that can, and when you have a number of women, when someone marries about more than one wife, you see that becomes short. Women become there's a shortage of women, and when there's a shortage of women, that means for a man to get a wife, he needs to pay a higher price. So that's a competition is set, and for this reason, there's always conflicts around. So it's I don't think it's even the what is going on in the northern part of our country is not just, it's not about, it has nothing to do with religion. It's just people not understanding that there's a better way to live other than having many children which you cannot cater for. Because at the end of the day, you have how many wives, you have how many children, and you still the benefit is not for you, it is for the man who doesn't even care for you. And let's not forget one thing, even in the South, there was a time when it was in vogue to marry so many wives, and this was because it was economical. The people then were farmers, so if you have many wives and many children, then you have more laborers in your farm. But when we outgrew that level of that economy, things changed. It wasn't Western attitude that changed us. It was just that the economy didn't deserve that anymore. people who are civil servants, so they didn't need, there's no need for many wives anymore. So it's just a matter of, it's still down to leadership. Nobody has really taken it upon himself, because if these northerners are really educated, enlightened to understand that many children and many wives is just a body, it keeps in poverty. Believe me, out of that, if they are so power hungry, they will find another means, another intelligence means of keeping power. Then that is how intelligence grows. Then the South will also have to meet up with them with intelligence so as to fight for the power. That is my little contribution to that.
All right.
I think. Sorry, if I can reply, because a few people have said that it has something to do with necessarily that if you want to prosper, you have to have less children. It's not necessarily the case that there is evidence supporting that, because there are countries that are well over 1 billion people that have become some of the most powerful nations on earth. And their population density, like in the case of India, is even higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria, to be fair, in most African countries has a relatively higher population density. But if you look at the continent, it's not even close to having the population compared to other continents, what other continents do. And maybe that's what is driving it. And it's coming from the north and places like Niger. Somebody said that maybe if they block the border, and CM said also that maybe if the regions become autonomous, what are you going to do? Block the borders within countries? Even in West Africa, you can travel all West Africa without friction. And we are talking about the whole continent now, that they want to have a continental free trade agreement where you can travel all over the country. You can't restrict movement. So you have to have other ways of saying, okay, if you don't want them to grow in population, family planning, or if they say up yours, I don't care about that, then you figure out what you are going to do for yourself to, preserve your influence in that democratic system. Because it's a democratic system we are operating. And personally, I don't know why everybody is arguing that, we should not increase our population because of what? The population is going to kill you. You need the numbers anyway. We don't even have this thing to defend our country at all. Our young men are just sitting on the street doing nothing. So what the population we are controlling now, what has it done for us? It's almost as if you guys think that we are living so well right now as we are right now already. The point is that both of us are not doing very well, and the South is complaining about Muslim ticket to be something that they're going to be complaining about that more and more and more, and without knowing why they are so angry or so threatened, they will be complaining more and more, because some of all these things it happens subliminally because you don't know it, but you just feel something is not right. The other side, the population is growing more and more. But because I'm saying it now, maybe you sense it more when you start seeing the trends. Because there will be consequences with this behavior. And if we keep thinking like this, and our women and children are absorbing everything from the West right now, they are consuming WhatsApp, Instagram, and all those things, that way of life. And that is the South doing this. When we do this, what is going to happen is that we're going to have a problem with that the West is fighting against right now. This is why they even allow immigration. I've spoken to a Polish guy that said the government, I think Polish or Romanian, the government is looking to encourage people to have responsible children so that they will give them more pension when they are older. That's, they've tried everything to get people to have more children. The people are not having more children. When we get ourselves into that kind of bottleneck, then we'll find ourselves in other these problems.
All right. Forefathers, hold on.
Let me make points, because the way forefathers. So when I was trying to summarize what his argument was, he said I didn't understand what he was saying, and then Ovia tried to explain it to me, which I find very condescending. Look, what you're basically saying is this: that the fact that there's more sophistication in the South, women are becoming more independent and are able to break the glass ceiling and be able to work, and therefore instead of being married off after secondary school or when they're in secondary school and have like 10 kids, they are now maybe marrying in their mid-20s because they are becoming doctors and engineers. All those things are Western ideas. No, we're becoming more sophisticated. We're becoming an advanced society. We're not going backwards, right? These are developmental things, are things that are inevitable. So the fact that the North is still, I don't want to say backward, is still shackled with culturally in not joining the new age revolution. This is going beyond. This is digital revolution. Yeah, using that. It's just. I'm sorry, I'm being emotional, but it's just a mundane argument. What are you? Okay. What are you suggesting? People should start. Are we going to make laws to restrict the North from having more population, from having more kids? Are we going to make laws now that will force women to start having marrying when they are younger and start having more kids? Like what you're saying doesn't.
Having more children, by the way.
Hold on. It doesn't make sense. Hold on, I'll come back to you. Let me hear from Joel, and then I'll hear from CMA.
You're blaming advancement in the southern Nigeria and sophistication and the greater level of education on the West. No, it is an inevitable development. Everywhere the world is developing, and the North decides to get shackled culturally, and you are just, it doesn't make sense to me, man.
Okay, the first person, Joel, and then I'll come to you, CM, and then Eko Lala, then any other person. Go ahead.
Okay, I thank you very much. I think from forefather to Dr. Dominic, I can see both why both of you make such cases. But look, let me just say this really quick. From the forefather's point of view, I see what he is saying. I understand him. If you look at the way the West has, dominated our culture in the South, it is appalling. You might want to say it any way you want to. Anything that finds its way comes to the West. Even if you go to normal Ghana, you come back, you start speaking for them. I have a friend, he went to Ghana, he came back, and he's like, boy, what's up, man? How you doing? Come on, Ghana. It is in our DNA. And I see where he's coming from. When we are to your own side, yeah, we have moved on, Dr. Dominic. Yeah, we have more independent people. Even though I don't like that word independent, but I mean, we have more people getting degrees and all that. But we are not more educated than the Indians. Their culture is still intact. Where is the problem? The Asians in the United States, the same thing. It didn't take their culture. They still come and they still behave that way, the same way they still talk. Why is it that you bring a cockroach from Nigeria? I mean, I'm not using cockroach, like you bring a cockroach, he comes here, he eats goats. Overnight, you will see them, they start challenging you. You don't know what you are talking about. Just for how long? For how long? When you don't come to America? I remember one of those ladies that met me and said, babe, before you came to America, she normally comes and buys stuff and goes. Then when I started staying here, then she now came again. And all of a sudden she now said, well, what do you even know about America? I've been coming to America, I've been going to 50 states. I said, if you coming to visit in America, it's different from staying in America. But these are the things that we don't really know. Look, it has eaten deep into our DNA. Look at feminism. It found its way into us. Look, I am not saying that we should not lift, but if we lift, if we have to lift, let us lift with sense. Let us tell whatever we are lifting to suit our own culture. Let's take, for instance, religion, democracy. Why do you think so? Most of us here stay in abroad. The size of where you stay, in Nashville here, Antioch is almost the size of, is almost half of Imo State. One local government. In Imo State, Nigeria, you have, within this little space, you have over how many, 28 local governments. We have to start asking ourselves the real issues. This is the real question. We have a problem of culture infiltration in Nigeria. If we have to do, like I see people talk about polygamy. I have told people there's nothing wrong with polygamy. If you understand the reason why America is doing what they're doing at the borders, because they're seeing it. They are losing the population. They need a population. Even the ones we have, they don't want to work. They need those people to come and work. So if you understand the politics, or if you have worked in the prison here, I was telling somebody that it takes about, I worked in the prison the other time, it takes about $50,000 to $70,000 to manage one prisoner. One prisoner, if the person is sick, like he has cancer, it goes up to 100 to 120 to 50,000 to manage one prisoner. Who is taking all those money? Is the corporation. They need that labor. So we have to start thinking in the South. It's not like, both of you are right in your own way, but I would think more towards forefathers. We have to start asking ourselves questions in the South.
Okay.
My last question is this: when will Yoruba and Igbo unite? On a two fights. What will they fight? I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Wait, I have to head out.
I know you have to go, and most people have to go. We have to round up. But before we do that, I want to announce that on Wednesday show we will talk about polygamy. I think there are a lot of interest on that. Maybe we can reverse and maybe you guys can join us. Anybody who wants to promote and defend polygamy. And of course,
what time?
What time is on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. on Wednesday. So we talk about polygamy and see what the women are thinking. We'll get them also to join us. Okay, Ikolala, go ahead.
Right, thank you. I just want to address this. You see, Forefathers has a point, and Dr. Dominic definitely has a point. But Forefathers, why don't we look at it like this? Instead of, you see, it's analogous to say there are 40 persons in a class. You see, that class is as good as the dullest person in that class. And if that class, because that dullest person will keep asking the same question repeatedly before that class can ever go to the next topic, if the teacher really wants to carry everybody along. But you see, if that class also wants to go to the next topic, it does not leave the whole responsibility to the teacher. Then you see some students volunteer and say, okay, it is time to help the dullest child out. That is what, you see, when you're saying, oh, let's just increase our population in the South, that is retrogression. What the South should now take it upon itself is that, look, these Almajiris, and has nothing to do with culture. This India we are talking about, this Chinese we are talking about, they have a large population, but an average Chinese or an average Indian does not have more than 2 children and a wife. In Nepal, they used to practice polyandry, but out of civilization, they've stopped it. They weren't forced to stop it. It wasn't a population problem, but they just stopped out of advancement. So the South should now take it upon itself that, okay, if this is where civil groups comes in, organize themselves, go into the North. This is why, you see, it was a whole breakdown of leadership. You see, the forefathers saw, and not you forefather, I mean our forefathers saw these things. This is why they created NYSC. The main aim was for youth to go to other parts and enlighten them. But everything has broken down because nobody cared.
Okay. All right. I have to stop you here. We have to round up. And
sorry, that analogy is very faulty that he used. There is always room for Lodo in every class, and if you are come last, it doesn't mean the most intelligent person should stop. The society has hierarchies for a reason. Here in the UK, they even have different classes. So we can't say, oh, because some people are lagging behind, you necessarily don't need. As a matter of fact, the most efficient societies always have room for different strata of people. You have to have the elites, and the elites needs to be elites. You can't dull the elites down because of the Olodo. That you are killing your system. That is the opposite of what you should be arguing for.
No, but when you have, look, the society carrying a whole society along. When you're talking about classes does not mean you would always have classes, but you have to carry the dullest person along with that society. Then, at the same time, you still have hierarchies in that society.
Okay. We'll have to go around now, and what's keeping you up at night? But let me just make sure that Moses Lanre will say something. He hasn't said anything since he
Yes, sir.
Sometimes.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Moses. Welcome to the show.
Right, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to talk briefly on the religion running mate that Tinubu chooses.
Go ahead. You muted yourself, Moses.
in the southwest, religion is not a problem. My brother could be a Muslim, I could be a Christian, my mother could be we don't have that problem in the southwest. Like 80% of people don't have that problem. But in southeast, people do have that problem. Like they don't want to deal with Muslim. It's not a slap on a Christian. I'm a Christian. I don't care who's there, who rules. Last 8 years was a Muslim and Christian. They didn't do nothing. That is not a problem. Religion is a scam in Africa. It's a scam. Majorly in Nigeria, it's a scam. Where a pastor is doing well and members are doing terrible. And concerning the populations, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Population shouldn't be a problem, but because of the limited resources in Nigeria, now it has become a problem. In our forefathers' days, where their major work is farming, they can have plenty of wives to have more labors, have more kids, but things move forward. Like Dr. Dominic said, the Northern, they are still behind on that. But the main problem Nigeria facing is not a population problem, it's a leadership problem. If you have enough resources, enough jobs, it shouldn't be a problem. It should be a positive factor.
Okay.
To move forward.
Thank you, Moses.
Yeah, thank you.
We have to round up. Adewale, just 1 minute. I know you've not said anything. Just 1 minute, please.
I've been watching the show from the beginning. Just I was busy with some other things here. Well, my uncle chose a running mate from a Muslim from the north. I don't think we should be discussing much about it. They can. I'm talking about the Christian Association of Nigeria now. They can't tell their attendees who to vote for. They can only influence by telling them about their importance in the electorate. And let's leave it to the electorate to decide who Nigeria truly want. I think we've talked about several topics today, going with Ovie's uncle, Mr. Peter will be choosing Bishop Idahosa. Well, time will tell during the election whether he
not Obi.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
We have him in action. This really
what's up with this hairstyle of Apostle Suleiman hairstyle? Anyway, well, is that how the Kwankwaso supporter will fall under anointing on the election day before they go to the polling booth?
Well, he could just wave of hand there, Boko Haram will be over.
Exactly. Well, if that's what Nigeria, what will solve the Nigerian problem, the electorate will make their decision on the election day. And as for Peter Obi, I wish him well, and for his supporters, I wish him well. But going with by what is happening, what is Nigerian factor, I don't see any way he can win the election. But I support him. If I'm in Nigeria today, I will vote for him. But I don't think it's going to be. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Let's just 30 seconds each. What's keeping you up at night? And we end it for today. We'll come back another on Wednesday and then on Saturday. Dominic, I start with you. I know you want to leave.
Yeah, that's a quick comment. I think sometimes we make the mistake of being reactionaries rather than analysts and thinkers. I feel the argument that forefathers is making is only reactionary. When someone does A, instead of you thinking critically on a sophisticated idea of how to handle it, you decide to just react to counter it. That's not how you build a society. You don't do actions to counter something. You think through and put a plan in place that can actually generate substantial results. But what keeps up at night is things that are happening in Osun State, where I'm hearing of vote buying and all kinds of nonsense happening. With the whole third force movement, I would think that people are getting more educated and sensitized. But at the end of the day, one thing I tell myself is, change is very slow, and eventually we'll get there, but it may take a little bit of time.
All right, thank you so much. Zaki, what's keeping you up at night? Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I've waited for so long. Actually, on the aspect of forefathers and his comments regards the population, whatever, yeah, he has a point there, but I strongly agree with Dominic and the rest of the guys in Kulala and Nashville. Then on the aspect of religion, Jewel of Nashville made a very strong point, and very, very important. And we all need to pay attention towards that. Anybody that refuses to understand that religion is on the ballot must be making a very big mistake. We should take that very serious and consider that to be very, very essential towards this upcoming election. Then CM, I don't know why I always agree with him, on the aspect of, but when you keep saying that, people say, oh, you are a separationist or whatever, whatever. I don't even know how it happens to, okay, we found ourselves in a country called Nigeria, but we are not supposed to be one. Let's tell ourselves the truth. He says something starting from Benue to the Atlantic. That is how it should be. Religion is still the main problem. It is the main cause of our problem. In as well, yeah, we have our culture, but something influences your culture. What influences your culture? Religion. We embrace Christianity, the other people embrace Islam, whatever. But how does that come about? It doesn't just flow from air. We embrace that because the colonial master brought it to them. The Arabs brought it from their own side. And up to today, in as much as we are practicing democracy and we are heading towards that, and we were being colonized by the Westerners, we must follow the route of the Westerners. But following the route of the religion, it is never compatible. They are even saying it with their own mouth. Even we here in the West, they don't even know what should I say democracy or whatever it is, Westernization. They don't even want it from day one. So please, let us try to be sensitizing others. The issue of having 1,000 children, 2 million children practicing polygamy is a very welcome idea. It gives us security. That's what our forefathers were thinking before. Going for wars, going for fun. But we've moved on now. So any person that is still educating you, telling you, okay, this is the point, this is what you should do. To manage 3 kids in Niger, not to talk about 4, 5. No. I don't think so. We say, okay, let's say you are earning 300,000 naira per month. It is still difficult. So far, you are not even a landlord. Imagine 4. Okay, you gave me 30 seconds, right? So, sorry.
I
Okay.
because I noticed that you've not spoken for a while, but thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
Jewel of Nashville, I think you're about to leave. Let me give you.
But one thing, damage, please. For some of us that do forget, if there is still this thing, can you find it fit to be sending the links maybe a day or 3 days before your program commences?
Okay, if you're in my mailing list, you get it. I'll put you in the mailing list. You'll be getting it.
I'll appreciate that so much. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jewel of Nashville, I know you're about to leave, so let's. What's keeping you up at night?
Yes, I'm at work, so I'm going to make it very quick. Please, for those of us that still think the North is one, let us just shelve that idea. The more we keep saying, I don't think Peter Obi will do this, I don't think Peter Obi will do this, you are talking 1 or 2 people out of voting. Stay positive with your movement. If you're not going to vote as an obedient, what you're going to do for us is just shut up. Don't talk. Don't say, oh, I don't think with the way the structure is, it's not going to. No. If something happens, if a Labour Party does not win in Osun State, Obi was not on the ballot. We still have about 5 to 6 months to salvage Nigeria. I say this because if I have paid this kind of money they're paying to buy delegates, I do not think that when I get to the seat, I am not going to go first for recovery of my money. Like Obi said, there is no more to share. There is no more to share. Thank you very, very much. See you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you, Joa. We appreciate you. Ikalala, what's keeping you up at night?
What's keeping me up at night? If I have to be very sincere, it's my own problems. But I mean, in terms of this group and the topic, what really bothers me is the failure of Nigeria. I grew up there. And there's one thing I always enjoyed, that whenever there's a holiday, you can use the pocket money you've saved through the term, get into a bus, and go to another city that you know nobody, and just see how people live there. And maybe you spend a week or 2 or 3 days, and you come back, because your money cannot last you staying maybe in a little the cheapest hotel for more than 3 days or a week, but you just enjoy that environment. But that is lost. That is totally lost. People go home and say insecurity. They cannot move from one end to the other. And you don't see this, you just don't see this coming back in the next 15 years. Because there's a lot of work to do in sensitizing the people to even an average Nigerian these days doesn't even know what is right or wrong anymore. They just don't understand it. When you are presenting a case to them, which you think it's just plain, they don't see it. They don't understand that they're even suffering. So that really keeps that bothers me, and so it leaves you less persons to share intelligent ideas with, because I mean, when you are going further than the people whom you started with as children, because they are still in the system, they have no way out, and they don't think reasonably anymore, you kind of feel lonely. And yes, because that is part of my problem, the loneliness, so that really keeps me up.
Thank you. That's why we have this show. You won't be lonely when you come on the show.
That is why I come in. That is why I come in.
So, okay, Moses, Lanre, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, it's my own problem, like Mr. Ikolala said.
But after your own problem, what else?
After my own problem is the security in Nigeria. Honestly, is really a big concern.
Yeah.
Whenever I travel home, I cannot travel to my hometown because of security purpose. That's the only thing keep me up.
That's a very good point. There's something that Ikola said that I never thought about, which was, and we have a generation in the past maybe 5 years at least that cannot really travel across the country. Most of us, when we were there, we could go to the north and south and west. People cannot do that anymore because of this situation. So if we think that the NYSC failed, think about the personal travels and people you met as a result of. I schooled in Akure, for instance, from the East. I don't think now if you tell some parents that your child is going to go to a different part of the country to go to school, they might say no because of the situation.
No way.
Yeah. All right. Let me, what's keeping you up at night?
Plenty things keep me up at night. So, if we keep thinking about Nigeria problem, you will have sleepless night. And you develop high blood pressure overnight at a younger age. But I would say at the same time, I still have family back home. So situation in Nigeria keeps me up. But we live in an era of misinformation, and it's not today. This has been going on, for a very long time. I'm not talking about 1999. It's time immemorial since the inception of this of Nigeria. The thing is just that there was a time shortly before the military and overpowered to the civilian. I kind of predicted that there would be bomb going on in Nigeria, and it happens. Now I foresee that this is going to go beyond kidnapping and all that. But nevertheless, part of me kind of losing hope about Nigeria. Part of me also said, well, I still have family back there, so I have to keep the hope alive. But if we don't get it, we can't even get it right now. It's not possible to get it right in 2023. But we should be able to be planning ahead. So saying that, having saying that, Nigeria situation is we can salvage it, but unfortunately, when we don't hear each other's out, because I see a lot of ideas being shared on this in this show today, people tend to believe in what they believe, and when we hold on to our belief so strong, we kind of like not giving rooms to being open to a different idea and see we never live in each other's shoes, so we don't know where the shoe pinches. But at the same time, we should be open-minded and see where listen to other people's pain. And I think that relating to Nigerian politics right now, the Southeast are saying, "Hey, it is our turn," and other ethnic are saying it's their turn. And I believe
the South is not saying it's their turn.
I said Southeast. Okay, maybe I should have said Southeast, not South.
No. Southeast is not saying it's their turn.
Wait a minute. Why is everybody supporting Peter Obi then?
Because they feel he is capable.
Because he was once a governor and is a saint. Is that what it means? I don't want to go into all that, okay? But I believe strongly, in my own opinion. I said something earlier. If I'm in Nigeria today, I'll vote for Peter Obi simply because that part of Nigeria has been marginalized, and it is time for them to be in the mainstream of Nigerian politics. But if you are saying that we needed somebody to clean it up, forget it. There would never be a cleanup in Nigeria. It will always continue to be decaying and decaying. That's what's keeping me up, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. John Abba, what's keeping you up at night?
CM, good to see you again. I think CM is part of what is keeping me up. I've not been seeing him for a while now. The thing that keeps me up at night for real is when someone come on this platform and say, "Oh, you guys have to shut up," that the more you talk about we have no chance, that is losing vote. I and my big brother, my younger brother, come on this show. We have different party he belong to. I belong to a different party. He cannot say to me I should shut up because he's supporting Peter Obi. We should grow up and show people that we can disagree and agree in the civil world. I have a choice, and the fact that if I'm an a Hausa guy, or if I'm a Yoruba guy or an Igbo guy, and if I support somebody from the north, meaning that the east will cast me out. What about the people in the north supporting someone from the east? So we should grow past this. Let us talk about the fundamental institution that is against all of us, that has been set up, deceiving of our forefather. And I hope we can decolonize ourselves, and then we all can be a brothers and sisters with one love, and not to demonize one another.
Wow. You talk like a pastor today at the end. Thank you so much. Okay, man. What's keeping you up at night?
Like most of us that are from Nigeria, what keeps me up is news I hear about Nigeria, and it's generally insecurity and rising cost of living, inflation that is out of control. Yes, and the reason why I have to support a few people in Nigeria with my own quota of diaspora remittance. So that keeps me up. But I don't belong to the school that says there is no hope for Nigeria. I believe Nigeria is salvageable, but I also think that the two major political parties, APC and PDP, have got nothing to offer. We've seen them finish. We don't see them finish. They don't have anything to offer. Most people in APC today were in PDP, and a number of percentage of the people in PDP were also in APC. Atiku was running in APC, campaign for Buhari. So they've really got nothing new to offer. One trick pony they are. How did they win election? By rigging, by vote buying. And they're doing the same thing. If I look at what happened in Ekiti State, it's still the same game. You buy votes, you try and outbuy the other person, outbid the other person. That's how they get to power. The same thing is probably going to play out in Osun State today. So what else is keeping me up? Osun State is going to keep me up. Just monitoring the situation tonight to see how the votes are totting up and the factors that are affecting the outcome of the election. But what I would say is the Osun State gubernatorial election is not a referendum on the Labour Party, but it might give us an indication of how much the messaging is getting through to the people. I don't think Labour is harboring any real hope or chance of winning the governorship in Osun State. If they are going to win, it means PDP and APC cancel themselves out. It might be on a technical win whereby their votes are invalidated by APC, proving that PDP was rigging, and PDP also proving in turn that they were rigging, and then their votes get thrown out and Labour gets in. I think that's the only way they get in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Forefathers, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, I take it. I understand your question to mean about us and our people, because obviously I have personal issues too.
I mean, if you want to share your personal issues, we also
no, it's legion. It's legion. It's legion. Yeah, it's just a bit much. I guess if I am to put one, try to simplify it at first, would be my biggest fear is that our people, we don't wake up on time to understand our place in the world and take it. It wouldn't be given to us, and we don't get there on time to take it. That's my biggest concern. Because just yesterday, France was announcing with the Niger Republic that they are going to be setting up new base there. You know, if Mali kicked them out, and then another black man again decided to invite them to his own country and put them up. And this is just above Nigeria hit there. The kind of stuff that happens to us, we just accept us. It's the kind of stuff Russia is fighting war about right now. We just accept it. And it's a problem because I see that in the way our people think. You know, you heard what Dominic was saying, that was blaming the West. I blame our people because of our weakness. I fear we don't have our threat assessment antenna has been broken. It's like our reception of threat is like non-existent. And that is a big fear. And this is something that travels all through most of the black nations. And I don't know whether it's colonization that did it to us, that we lost our sense of, self-determination. But we can do self-determining amongst ourselves more in terms of as a global power. We as a people don't do that. In terms of being reactionary, as Dominic said, I'm talking about things that are in the future. How is that reactionary? I'm literally not talking about things that are happening now. I'm saying we have to plan for the future, because if the South carries on like this, all they are going to do is keep complaining and complaining when things keep going wrong for them. You worry that the North is voting in bloc. What happens 10, 20 years from now? You will not have a chance. Without the North, nobody will win an election in Nigeria anymore. And so, this is what is going to be happening. And that's what I call reactionary. What Khan is doing now is reactionary, because they didn't do their due diligence. The South didn't do their due diligence to work together, So, and I call that weakness. And if you have to put yourself in a position to be strong in this life, it's not always about pounding your fist. It's about seeing in time. And I've studied the way these Western people did it. My God, these guys plan in time. And our people didn't have that foresight at all. If you look at history, it's just replete with constant errors that we don't even plan for the future. Like they will plan 50 years in advance. Knowing what is going to happen, they'll buy your country up today, or they'll colonize your country today, or take over your territory, and they'll plan for what they're going to do later on. And they've had that meeting in their own countries, but in Africa, they don't let us know. They've already had that meeting. They've already planned for plan our future. Right now, we are on their table. If the war settles again in the next 10, 20 years, this conflict and this friction they're having with the East, if it settles and Africa doesn't take its place, I tell you right now, all these people that are running overseas, let them make their peace with it. You run overseas, you have Western children, that slow motion death you're having, and the ones on the continent are going to meet a fate that it's not going to be merciful. Because the truth is, You can't expect an antelope to plead mercy with the lion. You can't. This is the world we live in. This is the world God created for us. You have to either become the lion or you become a dragon. One way or the other. Either or otherwise, you'll be the antelope. It's just that, and that bothers me that our people have not woken up to this at all. And we the men are not even ready to make the sacrifices. Like it's too hard. Let's leave it, because somehow mercy, the lion is going to, have mercy on us. It's not going to come. I can assure you that.
All right. Thank you so much. CM, what's keeping you up at night?
Like everybody have observed, thinking about Nigeria's problem is more than enough to keep you awake, not just at night, all year round. So, which brings me to some of the issues that have been thrown up here and then that are quite current in Nigerian discourse. Number one, having a huge population is like a double-edged sword. It can cut both ways. If you give them the skill, the knowledge, or make them to belong to the HDI, you reap the reward. Like P2B used to say, China 30, 40 years ago was nowhere. But then I'm being streamed into the Millennium Development Goal, and then what is the other one? After Millennium, the MDG, then think SDG, and I don't know what this S stands for. So now China is number 2 behind the US in terms of economic might. Nigeria could have been this. But if you do not do the necessary thing, don't just bring children to this world. For what plan? We could have been what China is to the world is what Nigeria should have been to Africa in terms of economy. But because we didn't do what we need to do, then there being a double-edged sword is now cutting the other way, which is it becomes an address for 4 terror groups in the world. And you can see that the terrorism is coming from north, that has the highest population, who having a population explosion, down to the south. So if you plan to have, even in the south, let me just describe a micro issue. If you're a father, you have 11 children, you didn't train them. When they get up, they start selling land. This one we sell, this other one we sell it, another one we sell it, and then you get what you want. So it's like that. But if you have them two, and you're able to train them, one could be educated, one could be an artisan, but he can fend for himself, then you have your peace of mind. So it's like that. Population, having a huge population, it could be an asset or it could be a liability. In Nigeria's own case, it's a liability, and that's why we are crying. Then the other one of a Muslim ticket. You see, I joined those who said that Bola Tinubu made a mistake. If Bola Tinubu is going to be the president of the South, the entire South anywhere, not just Yorubas, it wouldn't have been a problem, to be honest. People wouldn't mind whether Tinubu from Lagos decide to choose a Muslim from Auchi as his running mate. Nobody, because in the South, because of that, enlightened, we advanced a little bit more than the North. But because we are talking of the entire country, that we stretch from Kauranamuda to Lagos, from Calabar to Meduguri, from Warri to Katsina. So when you talk about that, you can't. You have to give people a sense of belonging. Nigeria believes in carrying people along. That's why they said federal character, even when it is observed in the breach. That's why they will tell somebody from Anambra State, we know you have 138 out of 200, 138 marks out of 200. Yes, we know you deserve to be in King's College, but because you're from Anambra, you didn't score 139 or above. You hold on. Somebody with 7 over 200 will be taken. They say they are carrying people along. So why can't the religion go to the northeast, anywhere in the north? Pick a Christian like others did. What if, the question I want to pose is, what if P2B had gone to the north and picked a Christian? Can people keep quiet? there must have been an explosion. I mean, so many narratives, so many commentaries would have been coming up. So I always discuss Nigerian politics within the context of Nigeria. I don't discuss Nigerian politics as if I'm discussing a Canadian, American, even a South African or anything. I discuss Nigeria because there are certain things we put in place to make us coexist. Even then, we still have to pander. So Tinubu should have taken a Christian. It's as simple as that. If you take a Christian, if the Muslim want to vote for you because of your skill, it doesn't mean whether you take an animist. But the fact that they insisted on Muslim means that religion is more important than Tinubu's ability to turn the economy around or to even help them in the north. So they feel that so far you're a Muslim, you are like us, and you choose one of us as a Muslim. So that is important. So that is why I kick against it. It's not purely because in Nigeria we do things in our own unique way, even when it is not leading us anywhere. If that will bring temporary peace, because P2B should have gone for Christian, and nothing will happen. I mean, people will still talk. So Tinubu doing it, I don't think it's a smart choice. That is my own, because we are talking of Nigeria. So these are some of the things that when we do, and then for P2B, who people might say you have to vote for P2B or if you want. No. Anybody can campaign against him or whatever. But what I want to let us know is this. We have to say, look, if what we are doing is giving us the result we want, let us continue with it. If it is not giving us, naturally it's the law of human. You change for the better. But if they feel that the way we've been carrying on is good, oh, well, fine and good. After all, what is the exchange rate now in Nigeria? What is the people talk about inflation here? I didn't even know that it has gotten to that level. So the issue of Nigeria is for us to decide. I don't blame the white people for our destiny. Although the white people joined us together, but they joined us together and left. They joined Sudan, they joined other countries. So why can't, if we feel that it's no longer, it has outlived this usefulness, I mean, why can't we do something? You can't continue blaming your father for the leaking roof. It's no more. It's not for you inherited it. You have to do something about it. Knock down the building, build another one, or keep patching it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Just a very quick thing that forefathers said, which actually I've been really thinking about it. You see, this Muslim ticket is a problem because CAN as a group has been dormant. CAN is always reactionary, it always reacts rather than being proactive. And this is because they laid back and leaving the political system to the northerners. But while they were practicing politics in their mosques. So it can always wait. And CAN is only in fact, if you started reading about CAN started making sense to some people when these killings all started. So it is a matter of the bodies that should do what they should do, waiting until something, because if CAN has been doing something, you wouldn't bother even if it's a Muslim ticket, because you would know that CAN has a strategy in place. Because all these people that are shouting Obi, 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 Obi now, most of the youths in the south, most of them are not Muslims. And their problem now is how to reach the Muslim youths in the north. And secondly, like I've said before, everything just lies down and waits for it's always reactionary. Even the media is not helping issues. And please give me 1 minute to explain this. I have said it before. This man here, Mr. Boris, is resigning soon. But it was not the resignations. It was not the resignations that made that man resign. It was the media. He held a party he shouldn't have held during lockdown. The media never stopped. Even when you pick up the papers and you are tired of reading about the party he had, the media kept on. The media kept on. The media kept on. And when his cohorts could not stand that humiliation again, they started resigning. Other cracks started coming in. But our own media, they haven't even sorted out the fact that this man doesn't even have the right in the first place to be choosing a VP. He shouldn't even be a candidate in the first place. This is what the media should be hammering on, but they have left that. He doesn't have a certificate. How did he make his first money?
All right. I have to stop you. We will set up a topic around the media, because people, I can't start defending the media or having a conversation about the media here now. We're rounding up. But I thank you. I thank everybody that joined us. Ifoma, if you are listening to me, you wanted to say something, you can turn on your camera. I will let you in and say the final word. But I really thank everybody. We are almost 5 hours into the show, and that's quite long. I appreciate the time everybody spent on this show. And like I said, on Wednesday, we're going to talk about polygamy. You know, people raised it, and I know some of our men here, they want polygamy, and we'll talk about it. Hopefully the women will join us then and, and find a way to stop the men. All right. But on behalf of everybody,
just watch those that are against polygamy. They are probably for same-sex marriage. They will correlate.
Also, we have the after show. So for those who want to hang out and talk more, you can do that after the show. So on behalf of everybody who joined us today, so many people, including the mama that joined us and gave us an earful, the king, the eagle of my town, who came as a surprise. I didn't expect that. So many things. That's all about the show. You don't know who will come in at the time they will come in. I thank everybody. If you can like the video also, it helps according to YouTube for more people to see it.
Dr. Damages, I have a question. When you post the video on YouTube, the comment doesn't come with it. Is that something that
I don't know how it works. That's a good point. The comments that we're seeing now. Yeah, but if you go to the original video, you see the comments. I think
now you can say it there, but when you go on the YouTube after you've posted, or it's now registered on YouTube, all the comments disappear. And I can't.
Because what I do is that I download it and post it again. But if you go to the original one, which is on live on my YouTube channel,
your show, on your channel,
you see the comments. Yeah,
got it.
But what I do is that I also download it and post it as a separate video.
That's awesome.
All right. So thank you so much, Zach, for joining us today.
You said till Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Wednesday. 6 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you, Forefather, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Adewale, thank you so much.
I was doing daddy's daddy duty. That's why. But I joined the show from the beginning.
I know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And like I said,
Rudolph. What about upcoming Saturday apart from this Wednesday?
No, we don't know what will be happening then.
All right. I'm just asking, just to know.
We're going to have a show, but we don't know what will happen by then. Go ahead.
I predict that the APC will win Osun State.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Let's wait and see then.
People are saying PDP is leading in some. I don't know. Anybody?
They will win.
Okay. That's good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, sir.